You're going.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to a new Midgahim campaign using the Fabula Ultima system, which I love with all my heart. This campaign is called In the Wake of the Red Death. It takes place, for you Midgahim fans out there, roughly 1,000 years after the events of Wizard School Mysteries in Midgahim's Mediterranean Empire, or what's left of it. For, as the title of our campaign implies, something horrible has happened to Midgahim. A great and virulent plague, terrible beyond imagining, called the Red Death, has swept through the continent. For 10 years it held illimitable sway, wiping out, by estimates, between 40 and 50% of all animal life, mundane and magic alike. And in its wake, in the passing as this horrible disease, this plague beyond plagues, has finally petered out, everyone is struggling to rebuild. Because when almost half the population, or more than half in some places, has been destroyed, what the fuck do you do? How do you rebuild? And perhaps no country out of all countries has been hit harder by this plague than Mediterra. Mediterra, home of the great Mediterranean Empire, which has lasted for millennia. The most unified and interconnected country in all of Midgahim. The only one where there are no kings, only a sole, all-powerful emperor, is shattered for the first time in hundreds and hundreds of years. The communication, the interconnection, all has been broken by the plague. And its people are left to fend for themselves the way the other countries do quite often, for the first time in a very, very, very long history. And it is in the wreckage of this plague, the wake of this Red Death, that our heroes find them in the Mediterranean town of Mercurio. A small town, patronized by the god Mercury, that exists on one of the major roads. Someone helpfully did a little thing where you make it do the little shockwave, and there we go. There's Mercurio. Look at it. It's so cute. Mercurio is essentially a roadside town. There are not that many people who live there. There are not that many buildings in it. You can pass by it in a 10-minute walk. It's not huge. Its claim to fame is basically having just some basic amenities for people traveling to and from other places to stop, pick up, and get on their way out.
Yeah, but I can't cook.
A town that, very much in honor of the god for which it has a small and humble temple, is meant to help people as they are passing through one place to another. And all of my friends are, of course, passing through. The exception of one of you, who will be the last to be introduced because they have a more dramatic way of entering the plot. You have all received a summons to Mercurio. The summons is signed for each of you, your new friend Folly, and it promises of a great opportunity. One that can allow you to make a better life for yourself and a more secure life for yourself in these uncertain times. If you would only be so kind as to go to the Crossroads Inn in Mercurio and appease your curiosity by talking with your good friend Folly. Would anyone like to start us off by arriving into town, or do you want me to roll a dice?
Do a dice.
Roll a dice it is.
Let fate decide.
Okay.
Let fate decide.
What's the number on that dice?
2.
2. Well, that would be our Goblin Gourmand.
Alright.
Gore, can you describe yourself for the audience at home?
Gore is slightly taller than the average goblin, not by a whole lot, but it adds up. But he's
Mhm.
quite a bit wider than I think anyone's used to. He got a hell of a span of shoulders, and he got a pretty hefty gut. He kind of just waddles wherever he needs to go, perfectly content that he'll get there in his own good goddamn time. And weirdly enough, he seems to get there ahead of almost everyone else. And most people don't understand how. His most defining traits are the fact that he doesn't have hair. He has a head of tentacles and tendrils that droop off the back of his head in a hair like fashion,
Mhm.
though two of these are much longer and larger than the rest, usually resembling a extremely long ponytail. They can untwist themselves and are strong enough to actually lift this fat little son of a bitch up off the ground if he needs to.
Such a unique feature points to some hybridization in Gore's bloodline. It's quite possible that one of his goblin ancestors may have been with an Undyne, or perhaps some of the more oddly haired trolls. I say hair, but fleshy hair like tendrils.
He has no idea his lineage beyond like two generations or so.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
No,
very possible.
now your letter from Folly not only promised an exciting opportunity to make a more secure life, but it also said that even if you do not like this opportunity, at the very least you owe it to yourself to try the delicious beer-batted food at the Crossroads Bar and Inn Tavern.
Fucking anglerfish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he couldn't resist that, even if he thought the deal was dodgy, which it sounds dodgy, but
Mhm.
Yeah,
Right.
keep going.
You enter this small little tavern. There are a few different travelers, but it's mostly sparsely populated. The owner, however, sees you, has a shining glint in their eye, and approaches you. They're a stocky, common peasant, bartender, roughly what you'd expect. They clap you on the back and say, "Gore, right?"
Oh, you're aware that I came so soon.
Our mutual friend told me about you. Come, we've got a special booth reserved for you in our private seating area.
All right.
He sits you down, and you basically do have like a room to yourself in this tavern, with a three curtains you have to get through to get to it, as well as a door that can lock. He lets you in. He shows you to your seat, and he gives you a menu and says, "Is there anything I can prepare for you, sir? I've heard that you have a very particular palate."
By particular, you mean everything and everything.
The sampler, then.
To start with, my good friend.
Oh, I'm gonna like you. All right, you have a good time, Gore, and remember, the Crossroads always provides utmost hospitality.
I expect nothing less.
In the vein of 1960s adaptation of Greek mythology and Roman stories, everyone will have British accents.
Is everyone wearing a toga, though?
Well, no, because in Wizard School Mysteries time, togas were mostly for specific ceremonial and formal occasions.
And frat
And
parties.
by this time, that would probably be even more so. Midgahheim is anachronic in a lot of respects, but I do like to think that it's not in stasis. Fashion evolves. So most people are wearing, it would be the equivalent of late medieval Italian clothes. We are in northern Mediterra for those who are Midgahheim fanatics, which means that this is based more specifically on Roman mythology than Greek. But also it's the Mediterranean Empire, one of the greatest hubs of conquest and also just intermixing of cultures. So that distinction will also be super stark. But we are roughly the equivalent of late medieval Italy.
So really a Renaissance, roughly.
Yep. It takes about 10 minutes, Bagor. You are brought this huge platter with every sort of fried food you could imagine that a hub of trade and commerce like Mediterra could possibly provide. All fried, beer battered and when appropriate, golden brown, salted, and delicious.
Fantastic. Like, he already has fairly large, eyes, because, Goebbels. But, they widen. It's just a huge grin.
And while Gore indulges himself, let's roll again. What number did I get?
A 3.
A 3? Laika! Laika! Oh, it's a... What?
Nora.
What do you mean about where's Nora? Did Nora drop out of chat?
She's not even in Roll20.
Yes, I am.
What?
Not showing.
All I see is me.
Oh, well, that's weird. I don't see Nora on here.
Oh,
That's strange.
weird.
I see me, Sir Kay, Scatha,
I'm going back in.
and Lydia.
I'm here.
There's Nora.
Also, a reminder: change yourselves to your characters, so that way when you roll, it says it doesn't do the fucking thing. So right now, I'm seeing everyone's name.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, Acacia's here. Anyway, Laika, you have entered the small town of Mercurio. Can you describe yourself for our loving audience at home?
All right, so trudging through the desolate streets that once saw they're trudging through the desolate roads that once saw many hundreds of people crossing day in, day out, now just be empty, is a gamberston-clad individual with... Sorry, there's people outside. Gamberston-clad individual with a long cloak and hood as they trudge forward with 2 separate swords on their back. As they arrive in the... They're trying to be very moody, although it feels more like young adult teenager trying to be such than anything really.
You're trying to look like a cool, mysterious loner. Which is, of course, the opposite of looking like it's a cool, mysterious loner.
Yes!
The angst is overbubbling.
You've probably got, like, your own wandering hero monologue going on in your head. Narrating things like a person writing a medieval version of an old gunslinger book.
Yes, like her own, a spaghetti western ballad.
The mysterious stranger rolled into town. She didn't know what evil she would find, but she was sure she would find it here, and hers would be the blade that draws the end of its wretched life. So you've got a badass long coat. You've got the 2 fucking swords.
Although, for anybody who's looked for like more than instant, to get just a feel of like they're trying to be someone you're clearly not.
Yeah, I feel like there's also like a bit of spunkiness to your personality, but no matter how hard you try to be cool and serious, you cannot repress.
Aww.
Yes.
Like a kid cosplaying Kirito at their first Youmacon.
Oh my god.
Yes. Also a little bit of a bit of gremlinness that cannot be... no, I'm too old for this. No, you're not.
No, you're not. All right. Your letter from your dear friend Folly, in addition to talking about opportunities, really emphasize the possibility for adventure and excitement. The ability to really make your mark and make your name known as your name and no one else's. The opportunity to make your own legend, as it were.
Mom would say it's a trap, but what does Mom know?
You you enter the Crossroads bar. The bartender sees you, smiles, and says, "All right, well, we've already got one of you in. Come. Leica, I imagine."
Don't say it too loud.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Discretion is key. Your friend is already gorging himself. Can I get something started while I show you to the room?
Just a point.
A pint? Any particular vintage?
She sputters as she clearly didn't think too far ahead.
I'll get you something nice you'll like. Some very nice wine. All right, we'll get you in. Come in. Gore, this is another of your dear friend Folly's friends. She will make her own introductions. She has asked for some liquid refreshment. Would you like some as well?
He has just like he's halfway through stuffing his mouth with like an entire roll of onion rings. Aw. And then just a quick chomp and a swallow. Yes, I believe I will take the most stout and thick lager you have.
Excellent choice, sir. Excellent choice. I'm sure we're all going to get on well. All right, you two make introductions. The rest will be along shortly, I'm sure. And he leaves.
Just again, this little plump goblin just kind of waves. Goes, "Hello, dear. What brings you out this way?"
You see, when Locke arrived, she was expecting like another a cruel cast of outsiders and loners and cruel and cutthroats and mercenaries and true heroic things. And here she sees Gore.
I would also like to note, I forgot to add, he is actually wearing rather bright and somewhat fancy-looking clothing. Not like peak fancy, but it's certainly like just a cut above peasant.
That goblin did not seem to be the sort of ally that Leica would make in her quest. But perhaps appearances are not what they seem. After all, how many heroes were put into action by a rich, fat benefactor? Perhaps she will be the Sidney Greenstreet to my Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, God.
He's just gonna pat the cushion. Come, eat. There's more than enough for everyone.
It's true. It is a ridiculously large platter that's been brought out.
And he's eaten like a third of it already.
Oh, you Folly, or
Yes, I did get a note from such an individual.
I love the way you enunciate.
So wonderful.
Again, I patterned this character off of. Sorry.
She tries to do a gruff voice, but tries to do a.
Fuck.
Wait, how did Mom do this? I'm not. How did Mom do this? I'm not here for small talk. She says as she fumbles her words.
Of course.
Right.
He picks up from the plate, which is clearly like a fajita or wrapped treat. Someone have a taco.
Oh my God. Do tacos exist?
It's wrapped meat and and flatbread.
He invented a taco.
No,
had this-
tacos exist. Have existed in this setting.
They exist in The Last Unicorn. They exist here.
They existed in Conquered Worm.
Say canonically, like, just because Midgheim is based on European mythology does not necessarily mean that it's Europe. And so there are things in Midgheim that would not be in Europe in the Middle Ages.
Are these
By
soft
dint-
tacos or hard tacos?
By dint of me not giving a fuck.
I prefer soft tacos, but whatever you like.
If I had a nickel for every time we had a debate over whether or not tacos exist in a tabletop game, I'd have 10 cents.
Huh.
Just a lot.
Because if it's a soft taco, then there's like a pang of recognition. It's like, I'm fine, thank you.
Suit yourself, but you look like you could put on some pounds.
She looks at her arms, which are clearly lacking in muscle, and frowns.
Well, if you change your mind, the banquet is open.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, one more roll of the dice ought to do it. What I get?
3.
All right. Alex, you
Yay!
enter the small town of Mercure. Can you describe yourself for us?
Yes.
Wait. Where's
Need to find my voice.
There he is.
So, I definitely do. I needed to do my voice exercises beforehand, but yes, in this game I will be playing Alex, who is a young boy of ambiguous age, with delicate features and rather rheumy eyes, as if he's of rather poor constitution or cries a lot. And he has an unfortunately pale complexion for the Mediterranean climate.
Oh.
Hence why he wears a very broad hat and wears a cloak over his tunic.
I'm gonna add a character detail if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Your clothes, while technically the simple clothes of a peasant, show a level of embroidery and sewing skill that belies someone with unusually high talent with their hands. Like the stitch work in particular is very complex. Almost to the point of having almost like magical craftsmanship in the tailoring. A wizard or another scholar of magic could possibly notice runes written in the stitching of your clothes.
Something which he is rather oblivious to.
Oh, absolutely unaware of. Like, your clothes in general just have like a slightly, for lack of a better word, gothy tint to them.
Mm-hmm.
As if you had some very eccentric grandmothers.
Yeah, and his very last character detail is that underneath that broad hat, he has a very full head of fluffy, curly hair that is almost kind of platinum colored.
Oh.
But he is simply walking along with his walking stick, as it were.
All right, you get to the crossroads, and you open the door. The bartender sees you, immediately crosses over to you, does a slight little bow. Alex, is that correct?
Yeah. How do you know me?
Oh, we share a mutual friend, our good friend Folly. He told me you'd be coming. Is there anything I can do for you, sir? Whilst I lead you to... You have a table prepared for you in a private room with the other friends Folly has invited for today's venture. Is there anything I can do to make your stay more comfortable?
Oh, I'm kind of thirsty.
Excellent. Beer, wine, spirits, water.
Water, please.
Water, excellent, sir.
Thank you.
And he shows you to the room with the others. These are your compatriots. Sure, they will share their food with you. If you have a food order, the menus are on the table, and I would be more than happy to prepare anything to your satisfaction.
Oh, you're very polite, sir.
Of course. Enjoy. Friends, this is Alex. And he walks off. It should be noted that in your note from Folly, while adventure and opportunity were talked about, what he really stressed is that he knows you are a virtuous soul, and there is a wrong that can be righted if you come to this meeting. That you can see a great evil is driven out of this world, should you do it correctly.
Hello, everyone.
So, just see this kid step in. There's, oh, hello there. Pull up a chair. Yes.
I love your fucking weird vocal patterns. It's wonderful.
Blinking a few times.
Like just having second thoughts. It's like, oh god, another middle schooler.
Another middle schooler.
She doesn't say that, but that's what she's like. Ignoring the fact that she has the same exact energy.
Blinking a few times. Goblins are like common knowledge, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like, and all they are one of the most common types of fairies throughout all of Mediterra, because of their incredible use to the various fairy courts in being able to reinforce the connection between fairyland and the mortal world. They are they are probably like the most likely fairy one could encounter, either goblins or hobgoblins, which are essentially just goblins but shorter. You have probably met given your extended family, you have definitely met goblins before, and so you were not surprised at all by Gore. The sort of tentacle hair that he's got is a little strange, but even that isn't out of the range of possibility for what you know about like fairy appearance variations. The girl is probably more of a surprise than the goblin is.
Blinks, looks between the two of them, and since the Gore was the first to address him personally, "Thank you, Sir Goblin." He pulls up a chair.
Like you look at this young man and you're like, the attractive man had an air of innocence about him. An ingenue, perhaps, a damsel in distress for us to save. Perhaps this one has a family that's being held hostage, and we're the only ones that can return them home.
At this rate, Gigi, the narrator might as well be a familiar in the head.
I'm having too much fun with it.
You're gonna reveal, since she's a combion, like there's an actual imp on her shoulder, like narrating this.
Or like a fucking archfiend having the time of his life.
He's gonna have to go into hell to silence her narrator. Silence truth.
This is
given her parentage, I would not put it past one of them to hire an imp to do so, and probably to do this at the exact same time.
It's probably originally meant to just record her journey, but he got bored.
You can stop it. You can stop at any time. No, I can't. Contractual obligation.
You can't stop art.
And now the pretty princess stands. My father would never approve this. You're right. But very well. It was your mother.
All right. It's time for our penultimate member of the team to arrive. Hole, is that really what I'm going to be calling you? Hole.
Fine, we'll let it happen.
Do we have to? Do we have to?
Hole.
They don't have a game.
Okay, Hole. Okay, setting of Doro Hedoro, you have entered the town of Mercurio. Describe your general deal, Tuvix, as you enter the town.
Entering into the town is a rather tall individual and rather androgynously shaped, because you can't really see any of their skin underneath the large coat and waistcoat and boots and hat and all-encompassing outfit, including what would be familiar to people of the time is scraps, not scraps, but like pieces of a plague doctor outfit, especially the mask with the long tapered nose, whereas the hat is much wider brimmed and more of like fancy, you know, aesthetics hat. But all of their clothes are the just a solid black or a solid white or gray of varying shades, including their mask. The only part of themselves that you can really see, besides the clothing, is their very long ponytail that starts blonde, but towards the end of it, kind of tapers into white. Not like the typical white of age, but the white of someone whose hair has been changed by lich rot.
Yeah.
And if you look very closely, their left arm is a bit longer than their right.
All right. So this asymmetrical wizard, in unconventionally colored healing wizard garb, which is to say a plague doctor outfit, for those not aware of that little quirk of Midgheim setting. That's what white mages wear, a plague doctor outfit. I think it's cute.
White mages?
Well, white mage is what Final Fantasy calls your healing mage.
No, you said white wages.
You know what? DMing is hard, and sometimes when you have to say bajillions of words in a row and have hours of saying bajillions of words up ahead, some of them come out wrong.
It's very listen here. You
Anyways,
little shit.
the white mage of Midgheim setting, the general white mage outfit, the outfit that declares that you are a healing wizard, is a plague doctor outfit, because I think that's fun. That's a setting thing for those of you who are Midgheim fans at home.
Yeah, but
And you're wearing just like the Madcap version of it, where you're all yin and yang with it, which is visually interesting for people.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that turned out.
Yeah, it looks really nice. You enter the bar, and the barkeep looks at you and is briefly nonplussed by your appearance, but then shrugs it off, comes up to you and says, I wasn't really given a name, but I was given a loose description that you fit. Are you here to see my good friend Folly, by chance?
I am indeed here to see Folly.
Well, then, follow me. There's a room prepared for you and the others he has invited. Is there anything I can get you, a libation or food?
There's a pause as they would kind of like look off into the middle distance for a second. Something mild. No. Spicy. No. Something of both, please.
Uh-huh. Okay. I will get you an opposite sampler.
Thank you. How many people are here already?
At the moment, my good friend, there are 3.
Thank you. What is your name?
I'm the barkeep, sir. Or madam.
Thank you. And they turn and walk towards the room.
You go through the 3 curtains and enter the room, and you see this collection of fucking freaks.
There's a pause as they the beaked face turns and visibly looks at each of you for like a second.
Hi.
Gore is halfway through trying to convince his new friend at the table to get something to eat when he turns.
Why is there a child here?
Blinks, not sure.
Which one are you talking to?
Yes.
The goblin, the edgelord, or the sad sap?
The goblin does not look like a child. The other looks like a child and a teenager.
He's been called a child before.
A stranger walks into the room,
God damn it.
bearing a tall, wide-brimmed hat and the ominous beaked mask of a healer. Can I trust the medicine this person peddles? Or are they actually only offering the sweet balm of death itself?
For a brief moment, I thought you were going to go the route of, but are the potions too strong?
Why is there a child here?
I was invited.
You have also been invited by Folly.
Yeah.
Am I understandable like this? Is my
Yeah.
voice coming through
Yeah.
properly?
You
Okay.
might want to whatever you're putting over your mouth. You might want to take it a little bit farther away, just
Okay,
as a person who has experience doing Bane voice for funsies.
How about this?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. It still
Okay.
has the echoey reverb, but it sounds it's a little more discernible.
Yeah. Okay. Folly invited a child.
Just shrugs.
Child is really an interesting turn of phrase. You hear as someone enters the room. Everyone here is so I don't have finished art for Folly of Defense yet because I haven't liked anything I've drawn yet of him. Outfit wise, he is wearing what I call the Igor drip, which is to say he's got like a sort of hood capelet thing that goes over his head and neck and shoulders, and then he's got like a tunic under that, somewhat tight tights beneath that, and the tunic covers most of his waist, so you're not seeing bulge, thankfully. Little boots, and he's got just these little drapes of fabric behind him. Appearance wise, definitely on either the late end of 30 or the late end of somewhere between the late end of 30 and the late end of 40 in terms of age. Perhaps looking a bit older than he actually is, just by dint of having what one imagines a hard life. A very long, narrow face with a long, scraggly beard, which, with his overall demeanor, gives him just a slight goat-ish vibe. Crooked, yellowed, and slightly blackened teeth from a life of peasantry and perhaps many years of not having the best hygiene, although he has pretty good hygiene now. He doesn't smell like filth or anything. And wide, sharp eyes that stare at everyone with the sort of frenzied glare of a raccoon that's wondering whether or not the people around it might eat them, and also whether it can steal food from them. There's just a slight manic intensity even when he's still. He doesn't have a hunchback like Igor, but he does walk with a hunch, like he's constantly bent over, and he talks a lot with his hands. So friends, welcome. Everyone here is of the age of consent by the laws of Mediterra, and everyone here is quite capable, I think, of the task at which we are talking. But first, we must have the final member of our group. And for that, he pulls a chair aside, and then he reaches into his satchel and pulls out a huge board that couldn't possibly fit in that satchel. It's like a fucking 2x8. Like just this huge chunk of what looks like a piece of house planking or floorboard. And he sits it up in the chair like it's a person and scoots it in. All right, now come on out. Come on out for all Folly.
What is this?
And he gives a knock on the wood. Come on out. I know you're in there. And Cassidy, would you like to describe yourself as you emerge from this piece of wood?
Okay. Well, Cassidy has the look of someone who had a good life for about 30 years before it all went to hell. Both figuratively and literally. She is a youngish woman with dark, extremely stringy, matted hair. No eyes, just gaping, bloodied voids where they should be. No legs either, but a long dress that obscures this fact more or less. And her demeanor is about what you'd expect from someone who looks like this.
I'm also going to give you some flavor here. When ghosts manifest in my beautiful setting, they begin as just sort of this plasm that seeps out of whatever they are attached to. Just this ooey gooey slime, this ectoplasm that slowly seeps out like goo seeping out of the pores and wood before coalescing into a blob that sort of slowly becomes a diaphanous curtain of liquidy ectoplasm and then solidifying into a human form. And that's what all of you get to see in front of your salad.
I mean, I don't have any food, so I can't say it.
Your name is Cassidy, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it right, dearie?
Oh, you noticed me. Yeah.
Yes,
me.
we've all noticed you. We've invited you here specifically.
It is difficult to not notice you.
Hi, scary lady.
Just loud.
Yeah, I like it. Does it smell like it?
Just a loud crunch from the corner as the other onion ring vanishes.
Cassidy, my ducky, I know that you're not able to consume food as the rest of us are, but my employer did offer me some of this to you. It's spirits for a spirit, if you will. And he offers you a small, bottle.
He looks at it hesitantly, then slowly reaches out and takes the bottle, eyeing it.
Do you pull off the cork?
Yes.
A vapor emerges from the bottle and is, just absorbed into your ghostly form through your mouth, and it fills you with the sensation of taste as you felt it in life before, which you have been incapable of feeling since your condition began.
What is this?
Spirits for a spirit, my ducky. Spirits for a spirit. One of many things my employer can provide to those who are his friends and benefactors, and that is what we're all here to discuss. I am, of course, your good friend, Folly the Fence. I am here on behalf of a great and powerful wizard. You may have heard of him. His name is Ozymandias. And he waits to see if there's recognition. And you get to roll your first check. It's a double insight check. So the way checks work, checks are what you do to do literally anything that requires random chance in this game. You will roll 2 dice for the attributes that the check requires. Sometimes the check will require a straight attribute, which means that you roll the same dice twice, and sometimes it will require a mix of 2 attributes, like a dexterity attribute and a might attribute and whatnot. For this check, it is a double insight check. So you are just going to roll your insight dice twice and tell me the result. The result that you want to beat, either equal or go above, is 10.
Okay, I got a 12.
What tab is this on?
If you're looking in your character sheet, let me grab a character from my thing so I can tell you. It'll be in the character section. If you scroll down, there'll be attributes, and you've got your dice there. Alternatively, if you go to stats and scroll to the bottom, there are some basic named checks. And if you look at them, they just tell what dice they are combined there. And right now we're doing a double insight check. Technically, we're not doing an inspection, but inspection is insight plus insight, so you can just press that button and have the same thing happen.
Okay, hold on, you lost me. What you're describing doesn't really sound like what I'm looking at.
Did you scroll all the way to the bottom?
Yeah, character sheet.
Character sheet, there's a section of your character sheet called character.
Yes.
If you scroll to the bottom, there's a section on that sheet that says attributes.
Okay.
And if you see one of those attributes is named insight, If you press the little D20 next to insight twice, that's a double insight check.
Okay.
There you go. Oh.
Okay, it turns out the dead person is not up to date on current events. Who would have guessed?
I got a 16 though.
Gore, Hole, and Leica all did well. What about our good friend Alex? Shit. Okay, so all the people who are alive have heard of So, Ozymandias. Before the plague, you probably hadn't heard much of Ozymandias unless you were really tuned into like wizard circles. But since the plague, Ozymandias' name has been on the lips of people who have traveled around the country, who have gone outside of their town since the plague died down. And rumor has it that Ozymandias has created has created a city that thrives in this post-plague climate. Where most people are struggling to keep things together, he has built something magnificent, something a place filled with food and people working together and security and marvelous magical inventions. And many are saying that he may be the greatest wizard of our time.
King of King.
I imagine I'm aware from my past. Like, because I was involved in wizard circles.
Yeah.
Sorta.
So yeah, you would have heard of Ozymandias. Let me grab some. I'm going to give you some specific stuff that you could share if you wished, or keep to yourself if you're a jerk.
Hey.
Ozymandias is a graduate of the most prestigious school for magic in all of Midgahim, the Academy of Applied Arcana and Magic. You didn't get to attend that school. You attended one of its better imitators.
Yeah.
He went to the original. And before the plague, he was approached to be the official magician of the Emperor.
Oh, fuck.
And declined. And in fact was somewhat notorious for clashing with the aristocracy and the imperial court on numerous occasions since. He did not like the old powers that be.
Ozymandias. He was offered to be the court wizard of the Emperor.
And he himself labels himself King of Kings.
Oh, I would not go so far, although perhaps if the crown were offered, he would take it. I will say Ozymandias has no love for the Emperor or the Imperial Court, but let's all be honest here. How well did the Imperial Court handle this latest disaster? Our empire's in shambles.
Their gaze looks over to Cassidy as they say, "Not well."
I don't think any of us are royalists, are we?
I try to keep out of politics.
Rightly so, my ducky. And this is not a thing about politics. This is about opportunity. This is about finding a way to carve out a better life for ourselves in a world that's really denied us many of the finer things till now. My duckies, the offer is very simple. There is a wizard, not too far from Mercurio. His tower is stationed up. Perhaps you have heard of Ranzagar the Rabid.
But that would be another...
I'm not going to give you an insight check. Yeah, you have heard of Ranzagar the Rabid. There are a number of wizards and other ne'er-do-wells who are well known for just being fucking dicks. And Ranzagar the Rabid is one of them. He is like he's not quite like urban legend level of like terrorizing people, but he's a high profile like asshole who's killed people, done atrocities, turned people into pigs, melted people's faces off, burned entire towns. He is the kind of person who gives wizards a bad name. The kind of person that when a person starts taking up magic, their neighbors go, "Oh, I hope they don't turn out like that guy."
Yeah, there's like a tightening of the grip on, which I forgot to mention. They have like a plague doctor stick.
Yeah.
Forgot to mention that. Like there's a tightening around the handle of it.
Good old medicinal magic staff.
Yep. Here's sword, that one.
Ranzigar the Rabbit is, of course, a nasty little shit. Just the rudest, most wretched piece of work you can imagine. A blight upon our community, if I dare say so. And I do, because I am Folly the Fence, and I have quite a wily nature. But what I will give Ranzigar is that he's a clever little shit. Always been good of alchemy in particular. And it seems he has made some sort of ruby or something that my boss would like to procure. My boss, however, is busy running his City of Emerald Towers. And as such, he cannot make his way out here at the moment. Especially with the goings-ons on the various roads. We got the taxmen, we got those Mars cultists. You know how it is. Or perhaps you don't yet. But you will. It's a thing. So, what we need is somebody to sneak into his tower and procure this ruby, or I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't seen the thing. I know it's a red jewel. For all I know, it could be a garnet or a carnelian or what have you, but it's some sort of large magic red gem, the kind that could only be incubated with a very, very powerful magical spell. My boss needs it, and more important, he needs a person like Ranzigar to not have it. Because a gem of such power could do unspeakable things in the wrong hands, and it is very much in the wrong hands at the moment.
What is this gem?
So it's red.
No.
I imagine it's
what
what?
is it?
Ruby or a carnelian or a garnet.
What about it is so powerful?
So Folly the Fence is not a wizard, but I know that some wizards have the ability to not only control the magic of the earth, but use it to create gemstones as opposed to having to find them. And these artificially created gemstones often can be sculpted in such a way that they have perfections in their facets that a mundane, natural gemstone would not. This makes them particularly good in magic spells. The more perfect a gem is, the less faults it has, the more clear its facets, the more powerful magic channeled through that gem will be. Wizards who have the skill to craft such gems are rare. And it turns out Ranzigar is one of those wizards. And it turns out he has this ruby or carnelian or garnet or bloodstone's not really red, so I don't think it's a bloodstone. Bloodstone's like green with red flecks, but there's lots of red gems out there. It could technically just be a red sapphire, I suppose. Or even a red diamond. I've heard that those exist occasionally, a blood diamond.
I think you're getting what a blood diamond is confused.
Maybe I am. Folly the Fence isn't really interested in the whole magic gem thing. I'm more interested in the money gem thing. The point is, this artificially created gem is of great magical power, and if my employer had it, it would help him in his endeavors quite greatly. And if Ranzigar didn't have it, it would hinder him in his terrorization of the populace. And if that good deal, that good work of keeping a rancid, awful man from having untold power is not enough of a motivation for you, fear not, for the great and powerful Ozymandias has offered you a boon. Should you bring this gem out of Ranzigar's care into the City of Emerald Towers, Ozymandias will not only take you into his confidence, and allow you a conference with him in person, a treat that very few have been allowed to have. But he has promised you each to use his magic power to give you something you very, very desperately crave. You, miss, and he says to Cassidy, you're currently bound, as it were, to this bit of plank from the place in which you died. You are aware of this, of course?
Mm-hmm.
Would you not prefer to have a more ambulatory afterlife, as it were? The ability to move without the assistance of others?
That would be nice.
This is well within the great and powerful Ozymandias' power. You, Sir Gore, you are a gourmand, as it were, are you not?
Yes.
Well, the great and powerful Ozymandias has traveled all of Midgard and has connections with wizards all across, many of whom help him get delicacies and foods from every corner of the continent and then some. In the city of Emerald Towers, you, my friend, will be treated to feasts beyond your imagining.
Yeah, he actually takes a breath and goes, the feast is not always as important as the destination.
Oh, but of course, sir, but of course, if you would wish to travel to these places, the great and powerful Ozymandias also has portals all throughout the realm.
That, I believe, is acceptable.
Excellent, excellent. Miss Leica, you are seeking to make a name for yourself. Should you do this deed for Ozymandias, he would make sure that stories of your heroism are sung far and wide by the best balladeers and minstrels. Your name would be legend in an instant. And he would find quests for you to undertake which would add to your legend and make it grow. Alex.
Sorry,
Like,
I something just connected in my head, and I'm like, God damn it. God damn it.
Alex, my good man. From what I know of you, I think the good that this act will do will be enough. But I also know that you are probably more aware of the plight of the common folk than many. You would be able to give Ozymandias counsel of people most in need of his genius and help. If you do this for him, when you have your conference with him, you can enlighten him to the needs of the world and see that his power is applied where it is most required. And as for our friend in the medicinal mask, I believe we both know what it is you desire most. And unless you wish to share that with the others, I will keep that secret between you, myself, and my master.
That is mine. And mine alone.
As it is. And to show you that my master is not an uncharitable man, he has given me permission, and he reaches into his satchel again, to give you, it's heavy, this. And he plops down what looks like at first to be a large steel egg. Like this iron egg-shaped object. But then it unfurls. A chunk of its section pops out and flips over and extends on a mechanical neck. Where's my little bastard? There he is. and like a panel opens up to reveal a sort of metal eye. Two more little reedy legs pop out. These big like pipes extend and emerge and curl over it.
Oh.
And you see this thing that sort of looks almost like a little mechanical chicken strutting around on the table. Hello, friends! I'm 14! Number 14, if you please! Kite Wing of Ozymandias Manufacture!
Whoa!
Oh.
This,
What
my
is-
friends, is a kite wing. It's a automaton that my good employer has made. Number 14 here is the 14th of his make. He will serve as your spy, your guide, and your scout.
What a strange automaton you are. Are you sentient?
It blinks at you. I'm number 14, I'm a kite wing, and I think I'm quite intelligent, thank you.
You're like a little robot.
That word doesn't
Yeah.
exist yet, but thank you. I'm a homunculus classified automaton, made out of steel and other metals.
Cute.
I suppose it is cute.
The underside of the automaton has this little
Um,
toothed door, which it uses to intake biomatter, which it then burns in the furnace on its back to produce energy and such. I am a self-powered mechanism, here at your disposal, thanks to our mutual friend, Ozymandias. And Folly the Fence. And Folly the Fence.
Actually, robot is just based on the Czechoslovakian word for servant. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
But also, like, robot is something, like Rossum's Universal Robots is like
I
a
know.
1910
I know.
invention. The word robot used for a mechanical life form is a very modern day thing, and like Midgeheimer's anachronistic in many ways, but like that's one that I feel like just breaks the feel of things if you just say robot. I mean,
Gotcha.
D&D knows this. That's why they call them Warforged and Golems.
Yeah.
Understood.
Hmm.
What?
Gore's actually going to pick up a chicken wing from the table. He goes, "So, I believe that means you can partake of this feast."
Absolutely. And it hops over the chicken wing and then sits on it and swallows it into its stomach. And then you see smoke rising from the furnace on its back, and more of it just sort of pour out of its vents. Finger licking good.
And Gore chuckles and just, a room full of starving people, and the only one to eat is me and the automaton.
Cassidy just glares over at him, looking very jealous.
Oh. I just
I'm-
arrived. I've not had time to eat anything. Thank you.
Try more of your spirits, Ducky.
He uncorks the bottle again.
This time when the vapors go into your mouth,
Oh,
it tastes like chicken.
Oh.
I need more of this.
You gave her an Estus flask.
And Folly smiles, reaches into his satchel, and produces 5 more bottles for you. It's all I have on hand at the moment, Ducky, but I'll be sure to get more by the time you come back.
He perks up about as well as the cadaverous corpse can, spectral cadaver can, but she takes them. Thank you.
Can you carry those?
Can I?
Yeah,
Is it
because ghosts can like pull things into their pocket space.
Okay.
Like that's not even just a Midgeheim thing. That's a ghostly phenomena of like shit goes disappearing and ends up someplace that it shouldn't be.
That's true. But yeah, that's an in-character question.
Like I feel like even the lowest level of ghosts, even poltergeist can do that, and canonically one did in No Small Feat. So yeah, that's fine. You could absolutely carry those and suck them into wherever you go when you disappear into your block of wood.
Eh. Can you carry those?
Yes, I think I can.
But speaking of carrying, you all will need to carry her.
What?
And,
Oh,
or rather, her big block of wood.
why must it be so cumbersome?
I could cut it in half, if you don't
Well,
mind.
I'm sorry. I would have liked to die on something more portable for you, but I had priorities.
I apologize. That is my own faux pas.
If you lash
If you
her
don't
to
mind, I
attack,
could
it
saw it to a more manageable size if you don't mind, Ducky.
Will that hurt her?
I think so. Didn't hurt it when I took it off the rest of the floor.
Do what you've got to do.
All right, I'll get to that, make it a more manageable size. But I must insist that this is a package deal, and then insist that we help each other. I know you're all strangers. This is your first time meeting, and we are living in desperate, wretched times. And many would view to just look out for themselves and no other. But I implore you to look out for each other and help each other, because I honestly think together you stand a much better chance of pulling this off than alone.
When he mentions the desperate times, Cole reaches up and like taps their plague mask. Like
Mm-hmm.
to bring just bringing that into focus with that sentence.
Yeah. All right. Careful as you are, maybe go to the top of it. I'm going to saw off this bottom bit, all right?
All right, just be careful.
And Folly the Fence does some actually pretty, clever carpentry on this wood to make a much more manageable 2x4 out of it.
You made it pretty clear how big and unwieldy it was, so...
He just grabbed
He just
grabbed the floorboard that was the center of the haunt.
Cassidy goes low res for a moment while he does this.
Oh.
Which is to say that you turn into a sheep ghost. You turn into like a woo.
Are you alright? Cassidy, was it?
That feels very strange.
All right, just his chest, and he holds out the piece he cut. You feel anything from this as he waves it?
I think so.
All right, new piece of lumber for the fire then. All right.
Tosses it in the fire, and suddenly she vanishes.
No, she's gonna be fine.
Hole pulls out their hand for the wood.
All right, and well, I mean, you don't have to hold it now. She's sitting down.
Just don't leave me behind.
Very well.
Now, before we do any accepting and all that, I do want to say, in the interest of full clarity and there's another word, but I can't think of it.
Transparency.
Transparency. Thank you. You are not the first group of people I have hired for this job, and the previous groups did not come back. What it means is you've really got the chance to prove yourselves.
You are sending us to where others have died.
Yes, which is why I wanted you to know before you agreed to anything, signed any contracts, what have you, so that you know up front, and if you wish to say no, you may say no now.
Wait, is that why you pulled me into this?
No, my ducky. I was looking for a quintet of capable people, and I just happened to hear while looking, spreading my feelers, as it were, that there were sightings of spectral activity in the town that I happened to be passing nearby. I found the location of your haunt and thought, you know what I haven't tried yet? A ghost. Don't think you'll see that one coming.
Your last agents may have died, so you went with one whom that's not a problem.
I mean, I wouldn't say I went out of my way to it, but I thought it was kind of a clever
Let me
solution.
have this.
Okay, yeah, sure. All right, sorry. So, my duckies, I will not undersell the peril. This is Ranzagar the Rabid. Horrible man. His tower is filled with traps and puzzles and all sorts of other bullshit that thieves just hate having to deal with. And he almost certainly has this red gem under very, very high security.
I'm not prone to any of this burgling and thieving, but if this is a rabid wizard, is still a rabid dog that needs to be put down.
And put down he does. Now, that's it. You don't actually have to kill him if you don't want to. I just need the gem. But I will say, to piss off a wizard, generally better to do him in so he doesn't start chasing you around trying to get revenge. It's true. Wizards can be incredibly dangerous opponents. Better to snap his neck and then throw his body from the highest floor and watch as his bones break. All right, that's enough, 14. That's enough. Oh, the blood gushing out of his orifices will be quite a sight. Enough, 14.
Yes,
I like the cut of your jib,
I
14.
do not believe we as a unit could defeat this wizard, at least not in our current state.
I think you can. I think you got it in you. I think you're smart. You have the full confidence of Foley Defense. And he smiles at you. Well, I didn't say kill. I just meant to get the ruby. But if you need to kill, you know, just take him out. Yeah, you can.
That's what I said.
Well,
I said I didn't think we could kill him.
You know, I will stop micromanaging. This is your task to do as you please. If you accept. And then he smiles at you with the most kind, wholesome smile he can generate, which is to say a smile that makes you feel like he could cut your throat at any moment.
Is there an equivalent of like insight or like reading intentions?
Absolutely. You can do so another thing about Fabula Ultima's system, checks are not predetermined. You can tell me the approach of what you want to do, like how you're trying to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish, and I will tell you which attributes to mix and match, or double up, for your role. And I might even give you a bonus if there's a condition that you can justify. Your backstories, your backgrounds, and all of that, everything you wrote down about your character, you can use that to justify a bonus to a check if you argue with me about it. That's literally a mechanic of the system.
So for Laika and her parentage and her backstory and dealing with sort of being a Faustian adjacent due to her heritage and everything, what would I have to roll to make sure this isn't like some Faustian bargain that's gonna fuck me over?
You don't have to roll shit because you're a child of Cambions. You know a lot about demons. This is not specifically a Faustian pact. This man is not a demon, he is a man. In fact, there is nothing magic about him whatsoever other than like his satchel that holds shit that it can't possibly fit. He has no signs of, like, a demon has to give you a tell, some sort of physical tell. He has none. You can look him over as much as you like, you will find nothing. He's just a dude. It is a bargain, but as far as potentially dangerous bargains go, this is wholly of the mundane kind, especially because you haven't even signed anything yet.
I'm looking, however, from like trying to read him perspective, like, you know,
okay.
They're kind of suspicious of everybody, so
I'm gonna say this is an insight and willpower check.
Okay. Insight, power, willpower.
Willpower, to see if you can overpower will.
Okay, so that's a 12, and I'm going to say it was a difficulty level 10. I'm supposed to say those at the beginning, but I quite often forget. But generally, the difficulty level will be 10 unless it's a specific thing anyway. He has meant every word he said. Despite the creepy, odious nature of this man, nothing he has said, even the stuff that seems incongruously virtuous, has been a lie. Or even a half-truth. Okay. He is being honest. His employer is offering all these things in earnest, And when he was like, you guys should stick together and these times are fucking awful and we need to start pulling together, he was telling the truth.
All right. The whole does like at the head tilt as they visibly examine him. It's hard to like hide what you're looking at in like Dr. Mask. I believe I accept these terms.
Excellent. You are magically inclined, are you not?
Yes, I was at.
And he reaches into his satchel and he pulls out the parchment, which offers the deal in even plainer terms than Folly has used, and has a place to sign. He says, "Please look this over if you will for runes or any other magic letters. I don't know if there are other magic letters besides runes. Anything that could enchant, and tell me whether or not it is mundane."
All right, they'll take it. And do I need to roll for that?
Pure
or am I
insight.
just-
Actually, no. You went to a magic school. Completely mundane ass paper.
Okay. They take a second. They look over it. There is nothing magical about this parchment.
And you look over it. It offers the terms of the deal, and also explicitly says that if you should wish to abandon the deal, if you wish to cut and run and not steal the ruby, if you find that it is impossible for you to do this job without harming yourself, no punishment will be taken out on you.
I must ask you, everything you've said has come across as genuine, as does this parchment, but why?
Why what?
Why are you both, you and your employer, being so genuine and
Is it so hard to believe that some people just want to do good?
There's a pause. Their question seems to visibly stun them for a second.
If the morality of myself and my employer is for some reason difficult for you to grasp, then allow me to put it in terms of pragmatism. Mediterra is fucked. The Empire is shattered. The Imperial Court is doing nothing but holding up in their cities and caring for themselves with the dwindling resources they have managed to hoard. The common folk are starving in the streets. People are turning brigand, raider, and militia and beginning to enact tyranny. We are being torn apart in the wake of a plague that has already driven us to the brink of complete annihilation. Ozymandias believes in Mediterra and its people. He believes in a brighter future for the people of No, not Mediterra, of all of Midgard. He believes in a future of prosperity. And I want that future. And he wants that future. But to get it, we have to prove that the people of this land are stronger than the things it has suffered. We have to prove that the people of Mediterra, the people of Midgard, can endure and rise from the ashes more beautiful and bright than ever before. And we can only do that by treating each other fairly and working together. So he is offering you the fairest deal he can imagine. And I'm giving you that deal because I believe in that fairness and I believe in that bright future he can bring us. You don't have to believe that. You can believe in the pragmatism of it. You can believe that this man will be true to his word, and he will reward those who do well by him and do well by the world. So go do something good. Go show us what your talents can achieve. And he will see that you rise bright and shining above the tragedy that we have all suffered.
I think I needed to hear that.
Your words ring true. Folly.
And we get to fuck things up, says 14.
I love 14 already. They fold up, they roll the parchment back up, and they hand it back to him.
I mean,
wait,
you can also,
sign
you
it,
guys
right?
gotta sign it first.
Okay,
Here,
yeah.
here, inspect this quill and this ink for whatever. He told me that you want to check that too.
Can I roll a class feature?
Yeah, sure.
So I have Chimeras, which I can do perform rituals under the ritualism discipline. So can I, in conjunction with the backstory, make sure there's nothing specifically loopholey or demonic? Because I know demons use a different sort of magic than.
I think that would be like ritual magic is when you're casting like a really big world-changing spell, and I don't think this would be that. But again, your backstory can allow you to just fucking look at it and know what it is, and that's just fucking ink, and it's a feather from like a gull. It's a common feather. He probably got this while he was in Neptunia.
We'll pass
Neptunian.
it around just so everyone else can see it.
I'd like to sign.
All right, Alex is on board.
And when he does, he actually like, despite the simplistic clothing, like his signature is actually kind of like,
Oh, it's fancy.
it's fancy. Like he does put down the name Alex Alighieri.
He's gonna have the fucking Hancock of this fucking document. Just a signature as big as the rest of your guys' combined.
Yeah. He writes down Alex Alighieri, but it is clearly very fanciful and trained. He's handled like pens before.
Mm-hmm. He has probably been taught very well how to write in various scripts. All right, who else is signing?
Cassidy will, after a moment's hesitation.
My mouth is full. Sorry.
Cole is waiting for everyone to sign before they take the parchment back.
We got Cassidy, we got Alex. I mean, I'm assuming all of you are signing eventually.
Yeah.
My mouth is full.
Leica, with a mouthful of fried fish, signs the document. And so the pact was struck, and though this man was not of the devil's vintage, Leica could not help but feel that this was just as changing as any pact of Faust.
Do you sign, Gore?
Yeah, he was waiting for a minute, and he reaches for the pen, then notices his hands are kind of covered in greasy food. Just, and then from behind his head, just a long tentacle snakes out, grabs the pen, and then it writes just 3 simple letters. But before completing the R, he slowly looks up and glances at Foley and goes, "Master Foley."
Oh, Mr. Foley, if you please. I am but a common man of the people.
In this case, you are an employer of sorts. And in the future, I would highly suggest being more truthful in the missive if we do work together in the future. And he finishes the R.
I suppose I'll work on that, all right?
After everyone has signed, Cole takes it back. Do I recognize any of the last names?
Leica just gave her only first name.
Okay.
There's
Do I recognize
just
any
3
of the
letters.
names? I guess do I recognize only Alex? The Cassidy, did you put your last name?
No.
There was a bard with the last name of Alighieri that you are vaguely familiar with, a poet of some sort. One who pissed off the emperor at the time and was excommunicated. But God, you doubt that this person is related to them? Their bones aren't even buried in Mediterra.
Okay. Oh yeah, they go to right, but they stop.
Something wrong?
May I speak to you for a moment?
But of course. And he pulls you aside into the one of the curtained off rooms that led from here to there. What is it?
I do not know what to call myself at the moment.
Your condition, I am aware. Do you remember the names of your two halves?
I do.
My master will accept the one who was name A and name B, if you will. Or the one who is those two. However you view it yourself. I know it is a specific condition, and I'm not entirely sure of how you yourself are parsing it in your mind.
It is difficult, but I appreciate the... Oh God, what's the word?
Consideration?
Thank you. I appreciate the consideration.
Of course, of course. I will say that my employer was quite intrigued when I told him of your condition. And he is already looking in ways to rectify it without any harm to your component halves.
How did you find out?
Well, that's sort of giving up a magician's secrets, as it were. I am something of a nosy man.
Very well.
I've been looking for people who are suffering, sir or madam. Because those are the people most in need of help. And in full disclosure and transparency, the ones most willing to do some things that are admittedly dangerous, which is predatory, I will admit. But these are desperate times. And if it is any consolation, I am fully convinced you five will accomplish this.
What makes us different than the others?
But to be quite frank, I don't think there's anyone like you five.
You are an interesting man, Folly.
He pats you on the back. Good old Folly the fence. Come on, my ducky. Back to the game. And he rolls up the parchment and puts it into his satchel. Right. I can show you on this map where good old Ranzigar is located. It's a brief walk here. Beware of bandits and wolves. And may good follow you on your way and bring you back to Mercurio, where we can sup together and talk about our way forward.
Is it okay if I take food for the road?
But of course, my good man, but of course.
Thank you.
Oh, I've not had any of it. Is it good?
Yeah.
Quite good. It burns up marvelously. I will gladly take any bones, gristle, or other things you do not wish to consume.
Gord will push one of the plates towards them specifically so they won't have to reach as far.
Chomps it all up and burns it. Mmm. Like maternal units would have made.
What's the spiciest thing here?
Shit. This is Mediterra, and it's not too far from the coast. There's probably some shit from like fantasy in India here. There's definitely things from like fantasy Pakistan and whatnot. Like there are some extremely hot spices.
Alright, and alternatively, what's the fucking least spicy thing here?
They have Bretonge food here, yeah.
Thank you.
These probably like the fried potatoes.
You can get some lard grubs or whatever. Whatever the British eat.
Get a Wigan kebab.
Yeah, get some fucking pay wet.
God. See, like if they don't know what their palate is right now.
The cook doesn't like making it, but he will if you ask.
Yeah, they have flashing taste buds, so they're like don't know what to eat. They'll take a bit of both and like try, like, you know, they pull their mask out just a little bit, not intentionally hiding their face. But they'll try both. This is
I'll leave you all to discuss. I will be out in the general bar. I'm sure you'd like some privacy. Good dealing with you all. And Folly exits the scene.
14.
Yes!
What are your pronouns anyway?
And the little robot bird stares very blankly.
He, she, it, they.
It can be whatever you program me to be. That is to say, you can tell me what you would like to view myself as, and I shall view myself as it.
I do not play that game.
Okay. I do not know how to determine this myself.
Cassidy, I do not believe they have gender.
Gender is an optional feature. If you do not wish to assign gender, you can call me it.
All right.
Is it safe to assume that the rest of you are the gender you present as?
I'm a boy. Does that count?
Yes.
Yes.
Bit of a head tilt, then a nod through the chomping and munching of food.
I am a woman, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, it is exactly what I am asking. And you, Leica? Leica?
What? I said
Okay.
yes.
Oh, okay. You didn't come through.
Microphone!
I love that you cut out mid-scream to punctuate that.
Yeah,
Microphone!
and it didn't that time just to fuck with you.
Snake! Liquid!
I figured since we were on the topic, I'd ask.
What about you?
What about me?
Yes.
What are your pronouns?
True, that is of interest to number 14. I would like to know how to refer to one of my 5 masters.
There's visibly fidgets. I do not know.
Well, you have your whole life ahead of you to figure out. I made
Shall we
myself
designate
sad.
you it?
No, you will not.
Right. Shall we designate you they?
That is acceptable.
Do you have a
Designation
name?
accepted.
You, there are too many questions.
The young lad does raise a very good point. We have not introduced ourselves. You all may call me Gore.
Master 1 shall be called Gore. Designation
many
accepted.
How many R's is that?
As many as you can fit.
I love him.
He does
That's
smile
not-
at that, indicating
Queer.
he's joking.
Queer. May I impose a cap on the number of R's, or else I will be stuck writing R's for all of runtime?
Of course you may.
That is called
Is
a
3 acceptable?
Perfectly.
monitor. I'm gonna write your name with 3 R's now every time I
Do.
do.
Gotta roll your R's.
Gonna say he doesn't roll his R's, he chews them. That's how I do. Is how I consider his speech
I
pattern.
love it.
Yeah, he's gotta masticate on them for a little bit.
Hmm
He's got to savor them.
Swallow every word and chew every R. That's how. It's a
God.
shorthand.
Just like hedonism, bot. It's the most decadent creams.
Hold on.
Master 1 is designated Gore. Master 2? It says looking to Leica.
Leica.
Master 2 designated Leica. Master 3? Alex.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm Alex.
Master 3 designated Sir Alex. Master 4?
Which one?
You were the fourth to arrive.
Okay. You may call me what you like.
Master 4 designated Master 4. Master 5?
Cassidy.
Master 5 designated Cassidy. Excellent. 14 awaits your instructions.
As of now, I believe you can just relax, go into standby. We have nothing for you to do right now.
14 shall go into standby mode. When it looks at some of the gristle on the plate. In 1 second.
You can still talk and interact if you want.
And then it immediately folds up into its egg shape.
Alex will reach out, kind of heft the weight of it a little bit. It's like 14 kind of reminds me of the chickens we have back home.
I've never seen an automaton quite like it.
14 is roughly the weight of a helmet, which is a weird thing to tell people who probably don't wear helmets. But like, like a bucket. It's roughly the weight of a bucket. The big thing is that it is warm to the touch. Not quite like, oh fuck, my finger's warm, but like you can feel that beneath the whatever insulation there is, that there is like something burning inside of it.
Huh. It's kind of warm.
I imagine so. It has a furnace inside of it.
Yeah. Probably not as cuddly as an actual chicken, though.
It does not look the least bit cuddly.
It's a strange little babysitter that has been placed upon us.
I like it.
It is endearing.
Yeah.
So,
Leica, meanwhile, internally, I want to kill it. No. I want to pet the thing. No, though, I won't take it seriously.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go the
no.
route of, this is clearly the scrappy sidekick who's shoved in for kid appeal.
The metal chicken is clearly some sort of MacGuffin. Perhaps in time, the arch-villain will reveal himself. We will have to hide its existence.
Or he will tell
Yes.
us, or he will come to take it, and we'll have to stage a dramatic rescue.
Yes, clearly this is the case of the metal chicken.
God
Note to
damn.
self, think of a better name than metal chicken.
This is the iconic mascot shoved in to appeal to the kids. It's working. I want to pet it.
This will create so much internet drama.
The fuck's the internet?
Something ahead of your time. You'll get it eventually.
What can you all do?
Alex just kind of blinks at you.
I am a wizard.
Kind of
I am-
wizard.
Dial-up sounds.
The fucking wonderfully horrible hard questions that you keep accidentally getting from people who don't know why that would be a hard question to answer.
Hey, so what's your life like? Fuck.
What are some basic facts about you? Well,
What,
He wants
what,
to-
happened? What was your major in wizard school?
Just a-
that's easy, actually.
I mean, hell,
That
it's
was
just
actually easy.
like, how do you like your eggs? Suddenly throws a chair at you.
No, better yet, what wizard school house were you in?
That is
Oh,
also
no.
easy, because only half of them went to wizard school, the other half didn't.
Hedge wizard.
Oh fuck. I am a healer.
It is
So
quite
that's why you're
evident by
dressed
your
like that.
garb.
Yes, I was not of wide renown, but I was the healer during the plague.
Hmm. That is a rough time to be practicing.
I was not expecting it to be. I did not. None of us could have seen the plague coming, although I suppose prophets could.
Also, I found an image for Leica. Hold on.
I am also. Oh yes, that's so like. I love it. Oh fuck! I suppose I. Is it common to have both healing and combat magic?
I would
that
say that
less-
it's not common for young wizards. Most wizards eventually try to learn both because if you last as a wizard long enough, you're probably gonna make some enemies who you need to blow up, and you're probably gonna have situations where you desperately need to find a way to heal your broken body.
Fair. Okay.
Or
So
heal
like
the loved ones that your enemies have hurt.
the wizards who have lived long enough generally find some way to do both. Now, also generally, you're gonna favor one or the other because most wizards are not able to truly like tap into magic to the extent to be great at both. Being a jack of all trades or even a master of all trades is a very difficult thing to pull off. Not impossible, but difficult. And with healing and destruction being polar opposites of what you do with magic, it's hard to be really good at one without kind of sucking a bit at the other. Like to go with Wizard School Mysteries, Margot de Francaine, if she tried to learn healing magic, would like struggle so fucking hard because her understanding of magic is just not compatible with it. Like an English you're trying to learn calculus.
I think I can also use some combat magic. Please stop staring at me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
I'm
want to
not-
make you uncomfortable.
I'm not staring at you. I just don't have eyes.
Please, somebody else speak. I have talked enough.
Hello.
Hello. Cassidy.
No.
May I, is it okay to ask you the question?
Which question?
The most pressing, I think.
Which question is that?
Because you're a ghost.
Yes.
I think they're going to try to ask how you died. Is that it?
Yes.
The plague.
I was afraid of that.
I feel like it's telegraphed on my appearance.
Are you actually tinged red, or is that just an artwork thing?
Actually tinged red.
You are tinged the color of the plague.
Yes, I was told I would be protected up until it was time to actually pay up.
I'm so sorry.
Hmm.
I
Right.
died in a pile of my friends and neighbors,
Ooh,
covered in rats.
It should be
good
noted.
lord.
It should be noted at this time the grotesquerie of death by the Red Death. The plague causes your blood vessels to burst all throughout your body, and you die of extreme hemorrhaging to the point where blood begins to pour out of the pores in your skin. Victims of the Red Death in their last moments just begin to leak blood from the top of their head down. Not just out of orifices, but just from the skin itself, as the body can no longer contain it. And they die in a puddle of their own fluids.
I am very sorry.
She
The
touches her hair.
The grotesquerie of a Red Death corpse is immense.
She touches her hair. I used to be a blonde, if you can believe it.
Oh,
I'm sorry about that, Miss Cassidy.
they reach behind and like pull their hair like around their long ponytail. I am partially blonde.
Oh, that's very pretty.
What?
That's very pretty.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've lost people to the Red Death too.
Child, all of us have.
Let them speak.
What's that guy?
Or let her speak too.
I don't
speak.
I don't think there is a soul in this land who hasn't buried someone from this.
Yeah, mine was kind of recent though.
I'm very sorry.
It's okay. Can't really be helped. A lot of people got sick.
It can be helped with the proper healing magic, but it is difficult to fight the plague. Was difficult to fight
Yeah.
the plague.
That's why we kind of figured it wouldn't be so bad, you know, because it's mostly come and gone.
We can hope that it stays gone. No, that is not a proper question. Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
The table got very quiet.
So,
I would like to take a brief pause to say that we are in what is called an interlude scene. And in interlude scenes, you are allowed, amongst other things, to create and strengthen bonds with characters in the world, both characters played by your fellow players and NPCs. Normally, you can create or strengthen one bond per interlude, but in the first session, I like to give us to front load us a little bit. So I am going to say you can make a bond with every other player character in this scene, as well as with one of any of the NPCs you have met so far. Bonds let me get a sheet up here so I make sure I name these all correctly. Bonds can have 3 attributes. Right now, you're only giving it 1 because it's a first level bond. And these attributes are a choice of between 3 opposing pairs. The first opposing pair is admiration and inferiority. The second is loyalty and mistrust. And the third is affection and hatred. Notably, you cannot have both sides of an opposing pair. So if you admire a character, you can't also feel inferior to them. If you're loyal to a character, you can't also mistrust them, etc. But you can have both negative and positive bonds. You can admire a character, but also mistrust them. Or you can hate a character and yet still feel kind of loyal to them for whatever reason or another. Etc. Right now, you are given the option to form one bond with each of your teammates and one NPC. And these bonds are important because during various checks, including combat checks, you can call upon a bond that you have with somebody to basically give you a bonus or reroll a roll. I'll have to look at the rules specifically, but it's one of those two, which can be really, really fucking useful. It can make a check that would have failed pass. So forging these bonds and making them more complex is important. And it gives you an incentive mechanically to be more invested in the world of the game. There are only 6 bonds listed on your character sheet, but I am home ruling that you can have more than 6 different characters you're bonded with. You just got to put the rest in like your notes or something. Leave the 6 up front to be the most important characters in your life at the moment.
So we're all putting 14 as affection, right?
I certainly am.
14 or folly?
14 or folly.
I'm leaning
or
folly.
Possibly the barkeep of the Crossroads if you liked him a lot.
Question: we can't have only a positive or only a negative.
Yeah, you don't have to mix and match. You can be purely positive in how you feel about a character. It doesn't really matter right now because you're only going to be checking one of those boxes anyway.
Can we feel purely negative about a character?
Absolutely, that's what villains are.
How do you
spell Folly's name?
It's spelled Folli.
Okay.
And I'm gonna try to get him some solid character art this week. I've made attempts, but I didn't quite nail it. I didn't like fully what I had gotten done, so I'm still trying to nail what he looks like.
Okay, so we just
I have an idea in my head. My hand's just not obeying.
Yes, Lydia?
Okay, so we just write down the party's name in the bond section.
The character's name. So like bond number 1 says bond name. It's with what character it is. So let's say my example character has a bond with someone named Candy the Stripper. And that bond is mistrust because Candy keeps stealing all of his Wheaties. And also hatred because that bitch keeps stealing his Wheaties. And inferiority because everyone likes her better than him. So I would check those boxes. But right now but then you'd be like, but William, you only get to do 1 bond at the moment. I'm like, fuck you. And so I just go back to just only having hatred. But eventually he's gonna mistrust and feel inferior to that bitch.
Should we see what we're doing, or do we want to?
Yeah, share it because I think that's really interesting, especially if it changes, and you can change it like over the course of events. Like during another interlude, you could say my feelings of mistrust have turned to feelings of loyalty to this character because of the shit we've gone through. You can like, oh shit, that character was a villain all along. Well, suddenly my feelings of affection have turned to feelings of hatred, and stuff like that.
Okay.
And how is everyone's name spelled again?
Type it in chat, gang. Folly is spelled Folli.
And 14 is 14.
Also, Gore has multiple R's, Raves.
Yeah, come on.
He has as many R's as you want him to have.
You're getting 3.
Doesn't
alright.
matter.
See,
Okay.
for Folly, there's admiration because despite everything, there's a lot of sincerity behind what he said, and that's taken Hole off guard, and it's it's nice to see him where the world's been.
I want you to know that Hole is listed as Bird Mask because they gave no name or
Yeah,
title,
they-
and just
they
said call me
have.
what you want.
You can call Hole whatever you want to right now. They don't have a name.
By the way, Gore has admiration for Hole because being a healer during the plague fucking sucked.
Medic!
And to still be a healer after the plague is kind of impressive.
I'm not sure how it feels about everyone right now. Also, how old is Alex, would you say?
I had a hard time nailing that down. He's older than 10, most definitely.
Alex is between the ages of 18 and 25 in my mindset, and he also has just this innocent sort of baby face look that some people in that age group have, where it's really hard to place his age.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
He can at times. He's like a boy band member. He can at times look like he's a handsome, sexy adult, and other times he can be like, I'm not sure if that's not just a 14-year-old in big clothes.
So he is an adult.
Everyone here is 18 for my fucking sanity,
Yeah.
or at least 18, if
Yes.
not old.
It is
Yeah.
It's the
okay to
same
draw
age range
lewds of
as
him.
Mike is in.
The pitch of this campaign is too fucking dark for there to be literal teenagers amongst the main party. I can't deal with
Fair.
that psychologically.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get a feel for the voice.
Okay, because if he's in Leica's age range, well,
Like when I look at Alex's character concept, my mind gets like Disney Prince vibes.
it's easy.
Like you're Alex's fucking Prince Philip from Sleeping Beauty.
Reasonable.
but not as
Wow.
buff.
Hole has a lot of. Actually, no. I guess it's half and half so far.
Not
Cassidy,
obviously buff.
It's. I don't know if this is quite right. It's affection because it's like, oh man, you went through that horrible shit that I had to see. So it's like, I don't know if affection is the right one for that. It's like,
Admiration.
Like don't think of them in overly literal terms. Affection can be like any feeling of compassion and kindness.
yeah,
This is a person that you feel sympathy towards. Like
Yeah.
admiration is anyone that you look up to for any reason.
Then, yeah.
Loyalty is anyone who you feel obligated to protect.
Then yeah, I think affection works because it's like they feel like that poor girl didn't make it through the plague, which they've seen firsthand. Sympathy, essentially. Meanwhile, Alex and Leica are the same thing,
which is
inferiority, because one of us is a ghost, one's a goblin. You two look the most human, even though you have horns. But like, essentially, they're kind of jealous of the both of you. Like, oh yeah, you're not a Frankenstein. They're kind of jealous of you two.
for a Hole, I have I don't have your name, so I just have medic with 15 in all caps with 15 exclamation points.
Medic!
Medic!
Oh god, it's gonna be really funny when they actually start doing some healing. What it's gonna be.
Oh, just go
Gore?
fuck you. Sorry. go on.
Well, you'll see. You'll see.
I'm not sure how Leica places Cassidy or Gore yet, but with Alex, she's not showing it yet, but he's accused Off Boy, so.
Aww. She's crushing a little on Alex. It's adorable.
Aw.
He is oblivious to
Super
this.
cute.
The children are all affection, and on my sheet, just because they're like, oh, they're adorable. I hope nothing fucks them up more. It's like, look at these little children. So many years of fucked up life still yet to live.
Given what
Alex?
given who their parents are, Leica's suffering has only just begun.
Alex and Leica are both under affection for Cassidy because she just looks at them and says, "I will protect these children with my life." Wait a second.
Aw.
Damn it! I will protect them with my death. Wait,
I will
doesn't
protect them
work
with my continued existence on this horrid mortal coil.
either. I will protect them.
Law is under admiration because he's a hedonist and a gourmand, and she fucking misses that.
I'm gonna have Medic as an admiration because you're the actual one of you and Cassidy are the actual people who look cool. In her eyes, like, yeah, this is what I think of a cool party member.
I am
Aw.
leaving a trail of blood.
Yeah, but that's
That's
cool
fucking
looking.
metal.
Yeah, that's metal.
Listen,
Nice.
no one has gotten this far in the plague without seeing some serious shit. And also it's Midgeheiim. You probably saw some serious shit before the plague. Having a fucking badass ghost on your side is literally cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna put
Maybe a
Gore.
bit scary, but also cool.
Gore is loyalty because like you seem pretty like open about who you are and like what you are and like they don't really get like a mistrusting vibe from you.
He's been pretty even keeled and welcoming to everyone.
Yeah.
Like, the only faltering was a little bit of folly in the end, and a little bit of like, oh, your healer outfit's a bit weird. Huh. I wonder what that means.
Yeah.
And,
it is a bit strange.
And Bird Brain is under admiration because they're a healer.
Oh my god.
Midgeheiim could use more healers.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
What?
where she would place Gore just yet.
So
Not sure where to place him. His vernacular and his appearances.
IRL, I envy the Gore.
Oh, IRL Gore is a
That's goals.
just all three checked off right off the bat. Admiration, loyalty, and affection.
I wish to see it cross.
Although I would place it in admiration, which is a tad bit of inferiority, since we're all just inferior beings to this strapping specimen.
This is peak performance. You may not like it, but it's the truth.
Oh fuck.
Actually, I'm going
Yeah.
to change Medic from admiration to inferiority.
Oh. Oh,
Because
cool.
You're an
look
actual
cool.
hero.
Yeah, you actually look cool. You're a hero. You're a play doctor. You walk the walk. It's like you're the
Oh my
person I want to
God.
be.
God, that's so funny.
They're both feel inferior to each other.
Yeah, that's so funny. I
I'm
get
just
it.
gonna mark Gore for loyalty.
That's how healthy
Alright.
friendships are made.
Yeah, you've come across the most even keeled Gore, so like you seem pretty straightforward and like transparent.
Mm-hmm.
You are the kind of person where we know exactly where we stand with you.
Yeah. There's
In the
there's
buffet
definitely going
line.
to be- There's going to be more. What?
We know exactly where we stand with you. In the buffet line.
Specifically behind him because you weren't fast enough.
But still with you.
Yeah. For Leica and Alex, it's oh man, I kind of want to be the both of you, and I hate it. So inferiority.
I just imagine Gore's like, I promise to leave some of the food for you.
He would. He's not.
Yeah, he's
horrible.
not greedy, but he's just being playful.
Yeah.
It's like, I promise to leave some for you, but that chocolate cake, though.
Man, it's surreal playing Lelia Cockworm and how like genuinely like actually edgy she was to Leica now.
God, I'm in love with this cast so far. I'm not gonna lie.
Bunch of
So
weirdos.
weird.
Yeah.
Also, I put 14
Oh.
as affection because that thing is adorable.
I chose Folly over 14 just because
You had more of an interaction with Folly.
Folly
Yeah.
It's okay.
has a
You'll have chances to do these again.
yeah.
Folly has a very strong introduction. 14 does
Yeah.
as well, but Folly kind of leaves a taste in your mouth.
It's fascinating. He's fascinating.
Well, I wanted you to have a good hook.
Yeah.
All right. Does
Stuck there
everyone
in the
have
lip.
one? Does everyone have their thing?
All right,
Yeah.
if we're all ready, we can proceed.
Yay!
Okay.
Wait,
follow
what
the-
did you choose, Raven?
For NPC?
Everybody. I don't know if you said what you had.
Sorry, yeah. Admiration for Bird Mask, Hole, and the kids, the 3 kids, are all affection.
Even
Oh,
Cassidy?
Yes.
Including the ghost?
It's like, man, that sucks. To see if I can't make things a little better for her.
Aww.
You know, it's like,
Aww.
and Alex would like her, just like, wow, these kids are gonna get fucked up. Let's try and make that as least amount as fucked up as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, Gore has now witnessed for himself as like, it's possible to feed the dead.
It's true.
Like,
He one of his things is he is a hedonist, but he also wants everyone else to enjoy life too.
Aw, I like that.
He's a
lot.
hedonist who likes company.
He's a communist hedonist.
it's hardly
No,
a party if
this
it's only
isn't
one
my
person.
Food. This is all food.
Sour food.
The public feeding trough.
Oh god.
But yeah.
Alright.
And
A
for my
banquet
NPC,
is not meant for just one, my darlings.
for my NPC, it's folly, and it is mistrust.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I like.
Because
Like-
in his letter, he's like, "Hey, I got some cool job you might want to be into. There's a bunch of food there," and it's like, "Yeah, break into this horrible wizard's house, maybe murder him and steal his shit." And
He was
Gore's just
promising
like,
the food here in the tavern.
Yeah, I know the food here in the tavern, but like, there's also the implication that there was something else to do, and he was kind of vague about that other thing, and Gore feels a little bait and switched about it.
Yeah, that's
It's like
fair.
whether or not he intended that, like, and he still got fed even if he denied the job.
Yeah,
But-
if like it would have also had mistrust because like he played into her own sense of inferiority and like
You guys don't trust the guy whose name literally means foolishness?
I do.
It's kind of like everything he's saying lines up really well, and that's
Wait a minute.
concerning.
how lanky is Folly?
He's pretty lanky.
Would you say that he's a little bit straw-ish?
He has a lean and hungry look about him.
Okay.
But you're the one looking for
Okay.
a brain scarecrow.
Eh,
Yeah, anyway, I think.
Or is it courage? Yeah, so if we're all ready,
Yes.
you have instructions to go to the tower of Ranzagar the Rabbit.
So we've all heard of Ransagar. We've established that.
Yes.
Did I hear anything about him from either Wizard School or my family name? Like,
You-
had-
You would definitely have heard in wizard school, definitely people gossiping about various wizards who suck ass. Wizards who are just real pieces of shit, and his name would have come up as just being a real piece of shit. Not a person who attended any of the wizard colleges. An independent wizard, a hedge wizard, one might say. And one of the people who views magic as solely as a means of benefiting himself. The kind of person who gives wizards a bad name. He's not the worst of the world's bad wizards, because the worst of the world's bad wizards are the kind of people who commit genocides with a flick of the pinky. But
the kind of people who create stuff like the Red Death.
he's the kind of wizard who would kill somebody if it inconvenienced him.
Gotcha.
It's not somebody who creates the Red Death. It's somebody who sees the Red Death and says, challenge accepted.
Someone who during the Red Death says, this is the perfect time for me to actually steal all those orphans and use them in my child grinding machine.
God.
I mean, after all, they do yearn for the mines, and I have plenty of mines needing gems to be relieved of.
Like, he's not a world-ending threat, but he is, like, the kind of person where if he's in your own backyard, you stay away from his house because he might turn you into some sort of abomination for kicks.
Gotcha.
Or a
And you
lawn
guys are
ornament.
breaking into his house.
Yay!
And luckily with Folly's instructions, you get your way into the front door.
Oh, we're already at the tower.
Yeah, I had like a mid thing in case like I needed like things went too fast, but luckily you guys roleplayed the hell out of this, so we can go right to the fun shit.
Oh shit.
Mhm.
Okay.
You are like he doesn't live too far from Mercurio, and you guys get here
Are we here?
relatively easily. Yeah, you're right here at this front door here, where my little orange circle is going.
Oh god.
Oh, hello.
So
Hello,
it didn't
what
even
is
need to
this?
sneak in, huh?
No. I mean, yes. You're not gonna have to roll a check for it. Like, Folly has gotten you has done this enough times where he knows how to get people through the front door. It's everything
Alright.
after that he doesn't have instructions for because that's when people sort of lose contact.
It's like, wow, how do those other people fuck up so bad?
I am curious, like approaching his tower. What kind of vibe does it give off?
Evil Wizard Tower, like from the 80s.
Is there thunder conspicuously
Thunder.
around the tower?
Somehow placed on like a mesa or a hill that looks like it's been like eaten by giant worms.
Doc Hollywood thunder sound effects.
Vaguely impossible architecture that probably should collapse in on itself and is only sustained by the magic imbued in it by the person living there. You know, normal wizard shit.
So it'll
Alright.
collapse into ruins the moment he dies.
Probably.
Ah,
We're
sure.
gonna want to get out if he dies.
Which is why you have to toss him from the highest tower and then run down the stairs real quick.
14. I'm gonna say for flavor as you guys were approaching this. 14 said, "Hold on, allow me to scout ahead." At which point, 3 kites unfurl from like a slit in the side of him. 2 as wings, 1 as a tail, and using the magic repulsion inside his little furnace body, he shoots off into the air and soars high above like any other bird. Does a circle around the tower and comes back. It's like, I know our way in, and leads you guys in. Your kite wing is doing his job, or their job, its job. We haven't
We'll
determined
see,
gender for
okay.
14. Yeah. So here you are, everybody. You are in a chamber, the front hall. There are stairs up, and there are 2 doors in a hallway. Oh, sorry, two doors, 3 doors. 1 here to your right, 1 to this top left room, and 1 to this bottom left room.
And the stairs up.
Can I
And the
roll for
stairs up.
stealth? Would that be a discretion?
You don't need to. You can if you want. You could roll double dex or dex plus insight to try and be super sneaky, but I'm going to just tell you up front because I'm allowed to, because Fabula Ultima explicitly says I can do that. You don't need to. You are free to explore at your leisure.
Mm-hmm.
Because this place is
Okay.
filled with traps, and the wizard doesn't really have to pay much attention because he's got safeguards. So,
Okay.
This
door here,
Netflix.
door here. That's the entrance. This is where this
Okay.
would go outside. You've got a door here, a door here, and a door here, and then these lovely stairs.
Can I use one of my class features to roll to find traps? A ritual. Can I do a ritual to find like traps or where like magic is? It's like smell for like saltpeter or any of the.
Again,
like,
ritual magic is really about like really big stuff.
Ah.
It's like out of combat magic where you do to accomplish something really big. So there's not a detect magic sort of thing. But I can say that with your experience with magic, you could do a double insight check to sort of get a basic magic vibe. Once you've
Alright.
felt magic, you get a feel for it. You get a sense for it.
Okay, so to recap my not my class, it's not my jobs classes, whatever it's called. I have
Mhm.
Webmaster, Rogue, and Chimerist.
Yes. So you can roll a double insight check. So roll insight dice twice.
Alright.
And I will give you a situational advantage of +2 because your parents are adventurers who definitely have a lot of experience of magic.
So insight index.
Insight.
Just double insight. Just insight twice.
13.
Okay.
Damn.
There's a little bit of magic obscured in this room. And there is some significant magic here. And you also get a sense of very significant magic upstairs. And there's no magic in this room.
Okay. There's no magic over here. There's no magic over here. This door has some significant magic, and there's definitely a lot of magic upstairs.
And a
Makes
little
sense.
bit of magic in here, but it's kind of smothered.
And
Makes
some muffled magic over here. So for watching for traps, be careful.
sense. The wizard himself is probably upstairs.
If
this,
he's even here.
They
if
do
this
like the
gem
top
is so
of the tower.
important to him, wouldn't he want to keep it close to him?
That's possible.
Quite probably true.
He could also probably put it in a room to keep it safe if he's not in need of it. But he could also be carrying it around his neck, for all we know.
It would not seem intelligent to have it literally within the first ground floor rooms.
Yeah.
By all intelligence, the wizard has not yet placed the jewel in an amulet. And from what I can remember, I do not think you would place such a jewel in such a thing. It would limit its power.
Lydia, you're not on the map.
I don't see a map. I just see a gray void.
Oh.
You may
You
wish to
might
You need to
reload.
scroll around.
I did scroll
Um,
around. It was a gray void.
Huh. You might need to refresh.
You might need to refresh because that sounds like Roll20 is glitching out on you.
Yeah, because I don't until you refresh, I didn't even see your avatar.
Oh.
I'm going to.
Oh no. We can't have that.
Click edit, and then you'll see where you can add the. Icon.
Well, I see you. I see Cassidy now. You're on there.
Yeah, we were talking. I made her an icon out of the art she did.
Okay.
So just telling her.
All
how
I
to
see
click.
is a bathroom sign.
But it's the only bathroom sign, so that still is Cassidy. All right, so are we going? Are you able to see now, Lydia?
Yeah.
Okay. So are we going right, top left, bottom left, or stairs?
What would I have to do to disarm traps or notice it?
Depends on the trap, and we'll get there when we get there. But right now, we got a choice of doors. And I will tell you up front, the doors are not locked, and they are not trapped.
Alright, so attentively opens this door, because there's muffled magic.
Okay, muffled magic in that door. You find...
There you go, Lydia.
A library.
Ooh.
a library. Anyone can pick up a book if they'd like. Just look at it.
Hold on, some of these books might be cursed or enchanted, just in case.
There's, as you said, a slight magic tinge in this room. I would not be surprised.
Probably full of
Yeah.
spell books.
You can sense well enough which books are non-magical as you go through, and none of the ones in this opening bit, this opening half, the next to the door, are magical. They're all perfectly mundane. Would anyone like to grab one and read a title?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Alex, you find one that says "The Sundering of Seraphina." Gore, you find one that says "Naughty Green Minxes." Hole, you find one that says "In Flagrante Delecto." And you all quickly realize between each other that this is, for the most part, a collection of smut.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
This is
Like I have some very bad flashbacks.
this is not a library of grimoires, but Leica, because you rolled that very nice insight earlier, you do manage to hone in on one book that has been left here on accident in a stack of books that need to be shelved, a grimoire, and a very specific grimoire. Let me get it from my notes. This is the Goetic Maleficarium.
Oh.
It is technically usable as a weapon by wizards, by various magic casters. It's for attacks. It is double insight +2, and then the high roll +6 damage. It is damage done by it is dark.
Ooh.
It is a two-handed weapon. You have to hold the book in two hands, and it gives you a +4 to any checks made against demons. +4 to oppose checks against them. And when you hit creature with an offensive spell using this book, they end up shaken. And it can be resold for 2,000 Zenit. There is a special, when you open this book, you find that this is the 5th edition, revised by someone named Gretchen Pappenheimer.
Hey.
Pappenheimer. I think one of my parents' colleagues had a book like this.
She is a prolific scribe amongst grimoires in the wizarding world. The world of fuck you, J.K. Rowling, you fucking bitch.
The
world of sorcery.
The world. Yes, the world of magicians.
Just to butt in just for a second, I just came back with food, and that is the first thing I heard when I sat down.
Fuck you, J.K. Rowling, you fucking bitch.
Yep.
Fair.
This will be useful.
Yep. So you guys got a very useful magic weapon.
Yeah.
All right.
For wizards.
I'm getting the feeling from this room that he doesn't get a lot of company.
That's true. No. He's probably a crusty, lonely old fuck.
I haven't seen this deep of a collection since. I'm not going to finish that statement. Let's move on.
Cassidy quietly pockets one of the smut books.
Yeah, I want to put these down. They might have fluids.
Cassidy, you pocket a book called Her Chilling Embrace. It's a ghost. It's a book about ghost romance. The man painted on the cover or etched on the cover looks oddly similar to Dan Aykroyd. Okay, so we have this room, this room, and the stairs. You'd like to check that one? Okay, yeah, I'll have
no magic over here.
Oh, well, that's not a reveal. I wanted a reveal. Come on. All right, you find this room, and inside are several corpses of various mercenaries, just sort of haphazardly thrown into the room. And in this room, you can find all the basic bitch stuff in the equipment section of the book. So if you had anything that you wanted to pick out from the basic bitch section that you didn't, you can pick out one piece and find it in a condition that you can keep. Off of these corpses of your predecessors. You also find 13 broken kite wings.
Oh.
Be scared.
Open the door, slowly closes it. You should probably prepare yourself before you enter that room.
Well, there's 13, so that would imply
there's
two and a half. So 2 groups of our predecessors plus 3, and I imagine 2 other people who didn't leave bodies or fucked off.
Or different groups had different sizes.
No, there's 13 kite wings in there.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm gonna look to 14. It's like I didn't realize that you were made specifically for this.
Oh, but right now we are only being released for this task.
Oh,
I see.
We are an incredibly important piece of the master's technology.
I think we should at least like take, just in case you get damaged, you might want to like take one of these just to, as
Repair
morbid as it
you.
sounds, to spare parts, maybe.
I'd
That's not
appreciate that quite much. I cannot wait to scavenge their remains.
okay. Good
hold
that
on.
you don't think it's too morbid.
Since you're is there such I'm unfamiliar with homunculuses. How does your brains work? Could you like perhaps like go through their memory somehow to piece
Learn what
together
they
befell
learned?
them?
14 looks at them. No, they're dead. The spark of life is gone.
Good lord. Are you
They are
Alright.
nothing but inanimate matter for us to
Are you-
scavenge.
Are you all right, 14?
I am functional.
Are
Yeah,
you having an emotional reaction?
Should I?
Not if you don't
yeah.
want to.
It is not if you do not want to. No.
How many kite wings can we carry?
Well, luckily the way backpacks work in Fabula Ultima is that there's no carry weight, so just
We all
shove
have
them,
bags of holding.
shove their asses back in them.
I don't think we need to take all 14. I think we just got to
13.
grab
There's
ones.
13. There's 13 dead kite wings.
Yeah.
At the
I don't
very
think we
least,
need
we can return these to our employer.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
that's a good point.
He will appreciate
right.
that. People aren't supposed to know how we work.
I'm surprised he didn't examine them and figure out how to reproduce them. Although I suppose it might not be his area of expertise and therefore useless to him.
Yeah.
He's kind of a dumb asshole, personally.
Well, if he's a
You
dumb,
are, you
Well,
are
if he's a du-
awfully.
well, if it's a dumb asshole,
spirited
he's
in your
pretty
de-
efficient in what he's
Hmm.
otherwise pretty cruel and efficient, given all these.
Yeah.
You seem extremely potent in your rage towards this man, 14.
It's very simple. Master Ozymandias hates him with a very fiery passion. Says he's the worst of his kind.
Noted. He's not. He's bad, of course, but there are other wizards who are worse.
Yeah, but
I am certain. I've heard quite a deal about many of them.
I'm
But in
not
some ways, the
particularly-
pettiness of this particular wizard is incredibly infuriating. To have all that power and simply use it for simple, selfish desires? What an asshole!
Yeah.
I think he's the kind of sort who wants to separate the worlds of magic casters and the world of non-magic casters and keep it separate, if I do recall.
I think he's a prick. We should kill him.
We'll get to that bridge.
We'll burn that
Alright.
bridge when we get to it.
So we found out where our predecessors have went. I
I
don't suppose anyone knows how to communicate with. Look, Cassidy.
Yeah.
I shouldn't continue that. I shouldn't continue that. Apologies.
Is there any money on them?
No. But don't
Okay.
worry, you'll get that later.
Okay, that's actually.
I
a good
designed a
question.
nice dungeon, a nice starter dungeon for you. You're fine.
Oh god, let me actually. Communicating with the dead. Let me see if I've got something that could maybe do that.
I do have chimeras for trolls, but
That
These
would be
are-
a kind of thing that you could use a ritual for.
I have spiritism. I have a ritual spiritism. Is that?
That's for
Yeah,
healing.
so
and
rituals are in some ways more flexible than other magic, other than the fact that they are by their nature big. Let me find my fucking bit on the rituals because it's more specific than just casting spells.
Because like healing, I could see being construed as talk to dead, like adjacently.
I have to look at the fucking table of
there is, in
contents, let me
fact,
give you
a
this.
necromancer class.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, okay, rituals, there we are. So spiritism, suggested things to use or a spiritist ritual are sense the presence and feelings of creatures, put someone to sleep, or embolden their heart. Chimerism rituals to enhance your end senses, see through the eyes of an animal, quell the fury of a monster. And like examples of potency, minor ritual is like create a flash of light, block a passage, shatter a glass. Medium is like making an illusion, treat an illness, locate someone or something, sense emotions, provide short-term energy. Major is like sensing thoughts, influencing emotions, dispelling a curse, temporarily alter the weather, provide long-term energy. Extreme is like weaken divine entities, present a catastrophe, cause a week-long change in a creature or a location. And then areas include like, are you affecting just one human, or a few humans, or a huge crowd, or like an entire city, stuff like that.
Okay, I don't think
So, if you want to speak with the dead, a spiritist ritual would make a lot of sense. But it's going to cost a lot of MP. Because a minor ritual is 20, and this would not be minor because you are pulling someone out of the afterlife for however long, even just for a short time. That is difficult. This is going to at least be a medium ritual, depending on how many questions you want to ask this fucker. And if you're doing just an individual amongst these people, that'll be fine. But if you want to do multiple people, we're going to have to multiply that MP cost by like 2 or 3 or 4. So ritual magic is potent, but it's expensive and it's big.
Hole like looks around the room. I might be able to speak with one or some of the victims, but it would be quite taxing upon me.
Yeah, there's a lot of bodies. Who would you even ask?
That's a good question. Perhaps the most recent.
Traps and things trying to kill you?
I mean, we could ask one of these, assuming they have a soul to call upon again.
That's what we're talking about.
If you're worried about expending energy, you can also just send me into rooms so that if there's a trap, I suffer it first.
We do not wish to sacrifice you, 14.
All right, but the offer's on the table. I am, after all, at your disposal, in a quite literal sense, if need be.
That's not going to happen.
It may be morbid, but Cassidy.
I have the same thought.
Yes, are you... I don't know if you could, but can you?
DM?
What is your class?
A mashup of Entropist and Necromancer.
Oh. Okay. Entropist rituals cause the decay of physical matter.
Well, do you have rituals for those two?
If you are a caster class, you can do ritual magic. It's one of the things that comes with a caster class.
I had to take those as part of the level up, though.
I have ritual entropism.
Okay. So, cause the decay of physical matter, twist the flow of time. Entropist probably fits this the best. I'll tell you what, if you both are willing to cast a combined Entropist Spiritism ritual, I'll allow you to split the cost between you.
Okay.
Okay. I have got a good chunk of MP. I just don't want to burn it all too soon.
To raise one person, this will be 30 This will be a 30 MP cost split between the two of you, so 15 each. For each person you add to that, we are going to double that cost.
Ooh,
just FYI.
Okay.
So you really probably don't want to do more than one.
No.
Can I roll a chimera? Can I use my chimera skills to figure out suss the bodies?
Looking at chimeras, like the rituals of chimerism are all very much about living things rather than the dead.
I think
I mean, like looking between them, which was like which skeleton would have the most to say based on injuries.
I would say I would give you an insight willpower check to just sort of figure out which one looks like they experienced the most.
All right, so that would be interrogate. Oof.
Okay. They all look pretty fucked up. You just kind of grab the one that looks the most fucked up, and you're like, this one.
Okay. Cassidy,
Mm-hmm.
I believe between the two of us, we should be able to bring this one's soul back, at least temporarily.
Yes.
Are you comfortable doing this?
As I can be.
Very well. Let us try. Yeah. Would this be? Would be doing this count as like creation magic?
Um, yeah, in a sense. You are bringing life where there was none. So this would be creation magic.
Okay.
It would also be a little bit of win/change, like chaos magic, because you are altering the rules of reality to allow something that was dead to live once more, albeit in a brief, half-done way.
Do you have a specific magic that you have, Lydia, or like of the four, or
Entropist.
That's
Entropism.
not Midgeheim wise, class wise. That she's an entropist.
Yeah, I meant like Midgeheim wise.
She's a ghost. That's how we're explaining that.
That's true.
Ectoplasm works by its own rules.
She's got a cult shit. It's outside the four tier magic system.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. 15 for the both of us.
All right. So
Oh,
both down 15 MP until you get a rest, or until you take an ether, which you can just generate with inventory points. Okay.
Yeah.
You summon the screaming, shrieking specter of this person. Because of the difficulty of this magic, and both of you lacking the experience and having done it before, they do not fully manifest in a humanoid shape, but rather stay as this ever-changing sheet of stretched out slime, this ectoplasm veil, with tears forming in part of the veil, revealing a glowing, pulsing stuff within the curtain, that form the rough equivalent of a face, in the way that a jack-o'-lantern is the rough equivalent of a face.
Stop screaming. Oh no.
The horrors.
Listen, stop.
Calm down, the horrors are gone.
You are unharmed.
A great mountain, climbing and climbing. My sins made clear to me.
Oh shit!
What? Why am I back here?
We merely have questions for you.
Speak then. I must return to the climb.
We are attempting to stop the wizard who did this to you.
And Cigar the Rabbit.
What can you tell us of the traps he has?
What was that?
Ranzigar the Rabbit.
I heard Cigar the Rabbit. I'm like, wait, the different name?
Cigarette the Rabbit.
Yes.
Are we in the wrong damn castle?
Found a secret path.
Ooh.
Door to the basement. There were statues without heads. We placed the skulls on them, and the door opened.
All right.
We went down, and there we saw his layers of horror. I fell into the pit, but they dragged me out, healed me the best they could, and we soldiered on till we found his charnel house. There the dead of 1,000 years rent our souls from our bodies.
Ooh.
I saw the grin of Death's head as it plunged a sword into my throat and left my ragged, bleeding body amongst the bones.
I'm
Fuck.
so sorry.
Seven okay? Did Seven get out?
I'm afraid
Is
not.
that 7 right there? And it points to 14.
That
Not
is 14.
quite.
I'm number 14. Oh, God.
Oh no! We will
We'll set this right.
we will stop this wizard.
Thank you.
Is-
May I
is there any-
return to the climb?
Do you
Thank-
know anything else that could be useful to us?
We didn't find it, but there is at least another hidden room in the basement. And I think it may lead to the top.
Thank you.
A room in the basement leads to the top?
It's a wizard tower. They don't care about how space works.
Total bullshit.
Uh,
Magic bullshit.
true, I guess. Thank you. I hope you can rest a little easier.
No. I must make the climb. I must face myself. And then the Elysian field.
Good luck.
And the ghost nods as it slowly dissipates into ether and fades away into nothingness.
Also, I appreciate the fact how well you combined Greek mythology with the concept of purgatory for no sympathies there. Props.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, Dante did it before me, so.
Cole looks to Cassidy. Are you all right?
No, I'm dead.
Well,
Absolutely not.
you haven't lost your sense of humor, at least.
Cole.
So, does the
quickly-
stairs lead upstairs or downstairs?
They leave upstairs.
All right,
As he
well,
said,
quickly,
there
like-
is a secret entrance to the basement.
Yeah. Cole quickly gathers himself up and speed walks out the room.
All right, which leaves this door below us.
But you said that one had potent magic behind it, as does the stairs.
Only one way to find
So we
out.
should be careful. Oh, okay.
The stairs has the most potent magic.
Yeah. But the door got open, so.
I mean, this is the one the ghost was pointing out. I'd figure you'd want to check it out at least.
Yeah.
You find 2 tables.
Oh, you did, okay.
You find 2 tables. One is covered in human skulls, and one has these great big ogre skulls. And there are also 2 headless statues in just the one corner next to this large magic circle-looking thing, probably innocuous.
He the spirit mentioned placing the skulls on top of the statues.
Yes, he did. But I do not trust that circle.
Do the statues look human or demon or ogre?
They're headless, so it's kind of hard to say. They're like just big, muscly, armored dudes. I guess the ogre skulls definitely look like they would fit better on the neck stumps.
Well, it's what. Can I roll an insight on the statues? Like,
Double insight. Go ahead.
or rather, not insight, but like look at the statues and look at like say the exact shape, or like use my intuition of like studying for like tracks and like.
I can let it be an insight willpower if you would so like.
Hold on, let's see what would be better for me. Try to use monster or like tracking bullshit to this advantage. Hold on, where would my willpower be precisely?
In character, at the bottom.
For willpower? Oh, that would be a D8.
Yeah.
Insight is also a D8. So I'd lose absolutely nothing otherwise. Oh, wrong.
Is there an aiding check in here?
Yeah, you can do what's called a group check, in which case you assign one person as the leader, everyone else does the same check, and their difficulty level is always 10. If they beat their difficulty level, each victory of the helpers adds 1 point to the leader's check. That is how initiative rolls actually work. They are always group checks. Because combat works a little bit differently than D&D. And there are other things where you'll do group checks, so it's good to get that out there. So everyone who wants to roll a double insight check can do so. Laika is the current leader.
All right, so I'm going to try to use my witchery-esque Monster Hunter Detective Vision to see if I can see anything that gives me
And
insight.
I will.
Yep. So everyone who beats a 10 adds 1. Everyone who gets 10 or above adds 1.
Jesus Christ, Laika!
Hey!
Exactly 10.
All right, so that's 1. That's 1 from Cassidy. That's 1 from Gore. So that's adding 3. Is that Inspect way up above from Alex also one of these?
Yes.
So that's 4 added to Laika.
When both dice rolled during a check show the same number, and that number is over 6 or higher.
Ooh. Yeah, did you get that? Did you get that?
Not
did you get both?
Not myself,
dice?
but I was looking at Laika. And Cassidy got it.
Oh, I got it too because I rolled. No, but that's under.
But you got double 2s. It's got to be double 6s or higher for it to be a crit.
Oh.
So yeah, you get a crit when you get 2 6s or 2 7s or 2 8s, etc., etc., etc. There are some class abilities that lower that, so like any doubles count. But for the standard, if you get 2 6s or above, in terms of doubles, it's a crit. And if you get 2 1s, that's a fumble.
Great.
Okay, so the total looks to be 9.
Ah.
So Laika, yeah, no, it just feels like the ogre skulls makes too much sense. Maybe we should try some human skulls instead. I mean, there's a lot more of them, so it's like they're spare.
All right, let's put the ogre skulls then.
All right. What? That before we go and like step over this.
Mm-hmm.
Do I recognize what kind of magic circle it is?
For all the I'm going to give this to you because you're a mage and you are probably a more schooled and learned mage than this guy. For all the dramatics of it, it's a real basic bitch illusion magic circle.
Oh.
Like, it's really big and it's carved into the stone. Like, it's really meant to look impressive, but looking at it, it's like, this is like a really, really simple magic.
Okay. Do I know a way to disrupt it without setting it off?
I mean, yeah, you just gotta like fuck it up.
So if I
just move some, like grab a stone and move it out of place, and it'll be broken.
Okay, they look at it, and they just reach their staff down and nudge a rock out of the circle.
Okay, nothing happens.
Cool.
Well, that's a lie. You now see that there's a door right here.
Oh my god. That was the most pathetic magic circle I think I've ever seen. It's telegraphing that there's something here, let alone the shitty craftsmanship.
Do
I
you
mean,
think
look
that's
at
the
this
way
thing.
forward?
I believe that is the door. I believe that is blocked by the skulls. Right here.
Truly a skilled wizard of your caliber would make short work of it.
What?
So,
I,
Shit.
Thank you.
Screw this guy.
Truly skilled.
This guy sucks ass. And then Kite and 14 just starts kicking more of the stones out of place.
Careful, you'll fall. Let's grab the skulls.
All right, so there's the door to the basement here.
Yes, I think that's the way we need to go. Up would probably lead directly to him, which is probably bad.
Well, we're gonna kill the whole son, aren't we?
I hope so.
Ideally, but I do not know if we are strong enough.
I want to see the spark of life drain from his body.
Lord! Good Lord, 14.
We're gonna kill the whole son, aren't we?
I'll help Leica carry skulls onto the suits of armor.
You guys do so. You put the skulls on, and sure enough, the door, there's like a grinding of stone, and the door opens.
Neat. Hey!
And you guys have found the way to the basement, so we're going down or up first?
Do we wish to go down first, or do we want to look upstairs first?
We know
Well,
this.
We know the basement leads up, and chances are he's made it so going up is intentionally probably leads to a deadly trap to weed out.
I'll be honest, I don't think he's that clever.
The less
But-
cool ghost said that there's a hidden room that may lead to the topmost floor in the bottom.
Yes.
It would be unexpected for us to reach him that way, so I think going through the basement would be great. However, I am only a servant, and so my advice does not have to be taken into great consideration.
14, you are a companion, not a servant.
Designating self-companion.
Oh, shit.
14 is a companion, and therefore, my incentives do not have to be taken into account.
I don't know that I agree with that.
Yes, you have knowledge and insight.
Although
that is
we know
useful
that
to us.
there's at least a deadly pit of something down there, and also entire legions of the dead.
Looking at the circle, it could be. Well, then again, it did kill them.
Only one way to find out.
I suppose that is true.
Either way, we're
Well-
gonna kill the whole son. So
Or any thoughts?
And then,
I believe I should probably look through down in this obfuscating hole first.
Are you sure?
Are we going in the basement?
Of course not. Nothing in life is sure. And he
Yeah.
goes down.
All right.
also, we're all the bone skeletons human or humanish.
Yeah, they were all mostly human.
Oh god, new map, oh god.
You find yourself in a basement. It is a long hallway with 4 doors on each side. What the fuck?
Raven!
Why are they so
I
big?
didn't do shit. I didn't do shit.
I'm the big gob that makes all
Okay.
the rules.
I'm just gonna delete that. We're gonna try that again. I don't know why you were huge. Can you
Something about this floor.
So, TT, you can shrink icons. If you click on them, you can click on like the corner of that box that shows up over them, and you can like drag it into a smaller shape size.
I
What the hell?
Oh no!
No, he's too tiny.
no, it's fine. It's fine. He's a goblin.
No, yeah, you are. A
Well, no,
goblin,
he's
that's true.
goblins are mostly human sized for the most part. Okay, there you are.
There.
Jesus Christ.
You know,
With all the weird
Fucking hell.
dimensional fucking bullshit that's going on in this tower, I wouldn't be surprised if you step through a door and he's huge
We're just gonna
now.
say that canonically happened now.
Oh, okay.
Just weird magic bullshit briefly made you huge.
Or you were. Did you? How did you?
So we got a room here, we got a room here, we got a room here,
Shrugs his
we got a room
"What?
here.
I just
all right.
gotta
Which
remove
ones all
the
have? Which one have
spell."
magic and traps?
Okay. You just see
Now-
doors right now, so you don't sense any magic traps whatsoever. You get a very potent magic presence from this room. And some really faint ones from here, 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 and
Watch where you-
here.
Watch where
You
step.
also sense a lot of magic behind, like in front at the very end of the hall, and a lot of magic like towards your sides, where there aren't doors, but like next to the stairs.
Hmm.
All right. Remember, there's a pitfall trap or something adjacent to it somewhere around here. So watch your step.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
14, can't you fly?
Team can fly. I am a kite wing.
Yeah, it will. If you can kind of like hop along the floor, if the floor gives out, you won't fall. You just fly.
That is true.
How long does it take you to unfurl your wings?
It like shoots them out in like a second.
Okay. Good.
So I guess hop along.
Sure.
Test the floor.
That is my purpose, helping you navigate your way through these traps so that you survive.
You should also survive.
That would be ideal.
Please prioritize your own survival.
My survival is a priority. After yours. And after securing of the gem.
I would prefer if you put it before the gem.
I am sorry, I do not have permission to reassert my priorities.
Hmm.
Permission.
Well, we can get the gem. You need to take care of yourself.
I will take care of myself, as it is one of my priorities.
God.
Can I use a chimeras ritual to like detect like long dried blood, like where like say
I mean,
someone was killed or someone fell into a hole or
I don't feel I need to make you do a ritual for that. I feel like just
Yeah, that's
being a
just blood.
chimerist and just also being a little bit demon, you can smell the blood. You can
You-
smell that there's blood in most of these rooms, really.
I'm just trying to find out where the pitfall trap is.
Yeah, the thing is, there's blood in most of these rooms. Is the thing. There's
So,
a lot
but
of
none
blood
in
in
the
most of these
hall.
rooms.
None in the hall.
Not in the hall. The hall is
Okay.
free and clear. The doors are free and clear.
That's what I was most pressing for.
Yeah.
I don't want to walk down the walls like, oh, there's a pitfall trap. That's
yeah,
what I'm
no,
worried.
you're fine. This hallway is perfectly clear.
All right.
All right, let's
And
check.
each and every one of these doors have a smell of blood to them.
Yep.
I guess we go one by one.
All right, careful. I'm pretty sure all of these are trapped or have some sort of.
So we'll call
Nefarious.
this. Oh, okay, I got the right pointer thing. This is number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Tell me top or bottom, and then number, and then we'll go by
All right,
a door.
let's
that
go
way.
top one.
Top
Yeah.
1.
4, go.
You open the door.
You open top 1, and 14, like, sort of like scurries in, walks all around. No traps here! And you see it's mostly a wide open room with a statue in the corner. This one has a head,
Okay.
and its hands are held outstretched as if they're cupping something, but there's nothing in them.
Ah. And what do you see, Igor?
There is an ominous looking statue.
They peek around you. It appears it needs something put in its hands.
Would the skulls from upstairs look like they'd fit? Like the human skulls.
Probably the thing is to go and grab them, you would have to exit the door and then come back in, and then the door would close and lock, and you. So it's not the skulls.
Okay.
You can reason that out.
Maybe it's in one of these other rooms.
Possibly. I'll walk up to 2 and check 2.
All right. In room number 2, you find a stretching rack with lots of bloodstains, as well as an open Iron Maiden.
Wait.
Oh, that's
Oh, what a sick fuck!
Do not look in here, Alex. It is.
We should kill this guy, right?
I'm an adult. It's just gross.
It is a morbid sight that I do not think anybody should look upon.
Yeah, that's fair.
Any magic in this room?
Nope.
No magic in here.
Alex will open door number 3.
All right. In door number 3, you find some chains that still have some skin attached to the inside of them from where a person was rubbing their wrists raw trying to get free, as well as yet another Iron Maiden. This one isn't propped up, it's on the ground, so they had to lay down to get into it. It was real fun.
What is this guy's issue?
Alright.
I think he's a real piece of shit.
No magic?
No magic. Well, you sense that some things were magically extracted from the person suffering in that Iron Maiden. But it's not. It's like it's a residue. There's no magic still there. There's just the feeling of magic having passed this area.
It's the residue.
He was using the Iron Maiden to drain something magical out of the victims.
Yeah, like he was juicing them. Juicing them for magic.
Do you think he used that to create the gem?
It's quite possible.
I remember
door number 4.
I remember the surge of massive, crippling disappointment I first felt when I first learned what an Iron Maiden actually was.
And another statue.
Yep, another statue, also cupping its hands.
Well, Cassidy, it's your turn to get a door, I think.
I suppose so.
No magic in here either?
No, well, other than just like some latent magic around the statue, like it's clearly tied to something. It's just not active at the moment.
And no traps.
No traps.
5 through 8, Lydia.
Number 5, I guess.
Another statue.
Guess we can try 6.
All right. You open 6, and your little kite wing friend comes in, walks through, and then you notice its feet sink to the ground a bit when it lands on this carpet.
Ooh.
And the kite wing immediately shoots out its kite wings and jumps in the air as it finds out that there was a pitfall trap in there.
Oh.
That was a terribly hidden pitfall trap.
That mystery solved, the kite wing says, it's holding the rug.
Wait
Bonus,
a minute.
free rug.
Honestly, I'm kind of
I'm
irritated how seriously we took trying to find that.
Alex is going to step into the room a little curious. It's like, what are these? Like 4 orbs?
There are, in fact, 4 orbs on top of a chest filled with 2,000 zenith, which is not actually what the currency is called. It would be the Imperial something or other. I gave it a very
Drachmas or whatever.
name. I gave it a very long-winded name based on various ancient Roman and Greek currencies. But the gold pieces of Mediterra. It's on a great big pile of those that's equal to 2,000 zenith in the game mechanic currency of Fabula Ultima.
I'd say ignore the gold for now. It's probably cursed. And I think
agree.
the orbs are what we give the statues.
Yeah, because
Right.
he's going to walk back to check. It's like, This one has a statue in the corner. Opposite side.
And if I had to
This
guess,
one has one.
door number 8 also has a statue.
Yeah.
You want to check?
Opens the door.
Get on the floor. There's a statue in there.
So what's behind door number 7 then?
I'm glad you asked. You open it up, and you find a cage with several desiccated children corpses.
Oh.
Hole
God.
grabs you by like the scruff of your neck and pulls you away.
Also, is the gold
you.
magic like cursed?
No, it's just gold. It's
Hole-
mainly there to entice people to go into this room.
Ah, saw the trap. Yeah, Hole grabs Leica and Alex and like tries to pull them away from the open door.
I am an adult. Thank you very much.
Just
I am
seeing this
aware that-
reaction, Gore's gonna move on. Oh, what is in that room?
It's the
Children.
dead, desiccated remains of children who starved to death in a cage.
Yeah. I am aware that you are adults, but you do not have to witness.
I had to
That.
bury my. I had to bury my schoolmates when I was 7.
Listen, I am aware that we
I had to-
all had to see death, but you do not need to see more than you already have.
14 has already entered the cage and is inspecting them. Ah!
God damn
Carve
it.
the hearts out!
Oh my god!
Ooh.
After desiccation.
What did he do
Must have been
this?
part of a ritual.
Ritual?
Maybe. Do you think he used the blood and the suffering to create the gem?
It's very probable. Suffering and blood are both very useful in magic rituals.
would
That thing
it would-
Folly mentioned, like
It would.
a blood diamond or something? You don't think it's like literal in this case, right?
Quite often, magic is just that literal and on the nose. Other times, it's subtle, just to fuck with you.
Hole
That's
is
like a-
staring off into the middle distance.
It makes sense. Children are naturally liminal in the transitional stage of life, so they are naturally more prone and easy to use for magical rituals.
It should be noted that suffering and blood are not required to make potent magic. It's really more of a shortcut taken by
whose?
pieces of shit.
What Lydia's net flicker looks like.
Ah,
Oh, there she
Huh.
is. Should be coming back. There she is.
We paused for you.
Yeah.
This is,
all right.
I was with that conversation though. Hole is visibly like 1,000-yard staring.
All right, let's go. All right, so let's go put the orbs in the statue's hands and go murk the son of a bitch.
Master 4, are you feeling all right?
What?
Are you feeling all right, Master 4? You look as if you are in an emotional distress.
We are fine.
Nonetheless, Alex will like walk over and like put a kind of a reassuring hand on like your arm or your hand.
Are you certain? If you need to take a moment, we can pause.
Also,
No.
as even though Leica's putting up the act, she suddenly goes in the corner and just hurls.
Yeah, it's fucking gross.
Aw. Yeah. We are fine.
Sorry, I think I drank a little too much. You don't need to roll anything. That was a lie. She didn't drink really anything.
Ah,
no.
trauma. we should check the orbs.
Yeah.
And they kind of they distractedly go into this room. Can we go around this pit trap easy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to avoid once you know where it is. I mean, man,
Alright,
thank God that you guys had the bird to walk on the carpet, because that was like so cleverly hidden.
God.
Little Leica's still just annoyed how seriously she took it.
Yeah. Hole is
So
a little.
You find these
Distracted.
4 big round crystals about the size of a melon each. One is orange, one is like a dark purplish blue, one is gray, and one is a light blue.
Okay. They'll
Is
bring
there
them back
any
out.
like color coding or like stuff that could tell us which orb goes where?
14 looks at them, and for like a moment, it like you can almost hear the dial tone of its mind thinking, and it's like, purple is often associated with very strong, potent magic, for purple is a color that rarely appears in nature, and as such, purple is often associated with the unnatural, such as magic. Orange, often associated with avarice, because of its similarity to the color gold, which is often a slightly reddish yellow. The gray and light blue spheres are very similar, both appearing to be of polished glass, and it would suggest they would open to something much more mundane. If I were to guess,
okay.
orange would lead to some sort of wealth, purple would lead to something of potent magic, and the gray and light blue spheres would lead to something mundane, or, in general, not worth your time.
And if we may suggest, if it's towards gold, perhaps that one goes in this statue to coincide with the gold right next to it. The one
It's logical.
to go with potent magic would go here, as that is
Ritual.
unfortunately a very potent ritual to remove the heart.
Did you say that the potent magic is in this corner?
Yes.
That I'm beeping?
Yes, you are correct.
Well, the
That
potent
is where I
magic
said the potent magic is there.
actually came from this corner.
Which one?
I'm pinging it.
Left.
Top left
Oh,
statue.
this one.
Well, let's see what happens, I guess.
No, we should be careful because that's what killed them, was not doing it right, I believe. And they were attacked.
Like taking the
Alrighty.
time to like in. Okay.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, Evan?
As I say, taking the time to inspect the statues, is there like anything we can really discern from them?
Okay. If you go in to inspect the statues severely, you notice that hidden deeply in the collar of each one is like a little tiny gem that corresponds to the 4 orb colors.
Oh my god! This
I knew
wizard
it
is
was gonna be-
hideous!
I knew it was
Frantic
gonna be something
kinda
fucking
sucks.
stupid.
This one has a
Oh,
purple one. This one has an orange. This one has a light blue. This one has a gray.
I pieced that together in my head as like
Cass-
It's the
Cassidy,
tutorial dungeon. It's like basic bitch shit.
Yeah,
I'm-
Cassidy, are you?
here
like,
Lyca's over here preparing for Dark Souls, and she's gotten
Listen,
children's first platformer.
listen, we're gonna get to the hard shit, but you guys are learning the system. I'm not throwing the
Yeah.
hard shit at you.
Oh, I understand. Just Lyca is just
Yeah.
Lyca's infuriated.
I'm
She's
just
preparing for
imagining-
Dark Souls. She's getting Skyrim.
I'm just
13.
imagining Lyca's like doing like the fucking math flying through her brain. Just all right, I know what we need to do. Then Gore, hey,
This one's
in the
orange.
collar. It's in the collar.
13 groups of 5 adventurers apiece
my
failed to
God.
get this far.
Like-
So Hole is going to hand Gore the orbs.
All right,
Hand Gore the orbs.
he literally
and
just
are
has
you-
a tentacle wrap around each one.
Oh god, Cassidy, are you like? Can people touch you? I think I should have asked that. I should have asked that sooner. Or do like fades? They phase through you.
Honestly,
If I let them.
poor
Um,
Lyca's over here just feeling even more inferior.
Oh,
All those years out at the academy wasted.
well, Hole goes up to you and like tries to like pardon their way past you and like puts the hand up like, you know, nudge
goes
past
through.
you. What?
It goes through.
There's like goes through and they like stumble and like, apologies. Is that a faux pas?
You were in my guts just now.
I did not. I mean, I was merely trying to get some space. I apologize. May I go by, please?
She floats aside.
She doesn't go up. She doesn't go up the stairs, but she does kind of shuffle over to the corner and just kind of.
14 scurries after you and just sort of sits by you, not asking any questions, but just being there so that they can be a nice ear.
Aw.
So they put all the right or I think.
Well, which one are we doing first?
Let's do the mundane ones first, just to.
You want to do the mundane ones first?
Yeah, let's get it out of the way.
Okay. So you put one in this one and nothing happens. When you put one in this one, you hear a click, and in this cell and in the one where you put the last orb, a door opens.
A
And
bunch
you
of dead.
find a charnel house. Do you go inside the charnel house to see what's inside?
Wait. The spirit mentioned that they were
let's avoid
attacked
it.
by the dead.
Let's remove the orbs and shut the door.
All right. Fair enough. Charnel house obscured again.
Wait a minute.
It's good because as the doors close, you hear the rustling of bones as something inside was moving.
And you hear banging on the walls.
Oh,
They said that death had attacked them.
yeah.
They threw a sword into them.
I was going to suggest maybe 14 checks out, just flying above reach, but I don't want to risk opening those doors again.
I'll do that if asked, but to be quite frank, I would rather not.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Let's move on.
we've gone faster than we've gotten past where our priors have gotten past. Let's try the orange orb.
All right. In the orange orb place, you guys find 10,000 zenit worth of gold.
Is it cursed?
Nope. It looks like looking at the footprints, it looks like he comes down here when he needs to go shopping.
Oh my god, he's the worst.
Now, some of it is covered in dried blood stains and grime, like he fished this out of the pockets of people he murdered. But it's all useful as gold.
Well,
12,000 gold down here.
Well, all right. Between the 12,000, let's split it between us. At the very least, we can rob him blind.
Yeah.
And there's no curse on it or magic on the gold.
Oh, he just uses this to do shopping.
Oh my god!
I mean, even assholes need to shop sometimes.
What's 12 split? 1, 2, 3.
12 split 5
ways.
ways.
Here, I'll get a calculator.
I'm
Since
already
it's the
on it.
last, I'm just gonna reveal it already. Hey, there's a portal. There's a great big fucking ender portal in this room.
12,000 divided by 5. Oh. Well,
This seems
Paul
like-
is still kind of sitting in the corner, maybe hyperventilating.
Oh.
I know I've asked this again, and you may feel free to chastise me for redundancy, but are you all right?
I don't think they are.
We apologize. The talk of magic's moods merely dredged up some unpleasant memories.
Do you need to take a moment?
Yeah.
That is what we are doing now.
All
Oh my
right.
god, Cassidy went into.
Don't Oh my gosh, he just ran in.
Cassie, do you want to check out the room in there?
Oh wait, as a ghost, are you able to phase through walls?
Yeah.
I didn't
actually.
walk into any rooms. I was just.
I am
Moving
going to
left and right.
say, for the sake of me, no.
Okay.
And I'm going to justify that in that when a ghost is bound to a location, they have mastery over that location's stuff and can pass through it. But they can't do that just anywhere. Otherwise, ghosts could just travel whenever they want.
Makes
And
sense.
it takes a very specific manifestation of ghost to be able to free roam that way. And also, because I don't want a fucking Shadowcat PC that fuck up so much shit.
Hmm.
It has a game-breaking power in a very literal sense.
Makes sense.
Her friends can walk through her just fine, though.
Yeah.
We are all right. We just needed to catch our breath.
We shall proceed when you are ready.
They stand up. And you can hear the breath under their mask slowing down.
We apologize for the delay.
There is no need to apologize.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me just.
You're a healer, right?
Yes.
You must have seen. You must have been through a lot, seen a lot of bad.
They look at you. Just yeah, okay, that's what popped in my mind too. And they look down at you. They look, yeah, because how tall are you? Okay, well they look down at you because they're like 6 feet tall. They're
Yeah, not
they're
that
6
much.
foot. They look down at you and they just say very quietly,
Lifetime's worth, I suppose.
Yeah.
They step forward.
Excuse me, Cassidy. I apologize for putting my hand in your guts.
I'm not sure if that's a faux pas or not. No one's ever done it before.
Well, does it bother you?
Not particularly.
I see. I will endeavor to only. This conversation is weird. I apologize. Shall we proceed?
Yeah.
All right. You guys,
Like
do you guys travel through the portal?
Hang on a bit. I would like to use my ritual in Arcanum and knowledge of weird warpy shenanigans to try and figure out what I can about this portal. Like, is this in... Huh?
Fucking clever. All right, yeah, that's exactly correct for use of Arcanum, of an Arcanist ritual. Okay.
Mhm.
You're gonna roll willpower plus willpower. This is gonna cost. I'm gonna say this is minor, so it's going to cost you
Alrighty.
20 MP.
Okay. Willpower and willpower. 8. Holy shit.
What'd you get?
18.
Fuck yeah! Yeah,
Good
you can tell that this
lord.
leads to a room high above you guys, but in roughly this general vicinity. It is
Okay.
a localized evocation portal, 2-way. Easy way to get from the very top of this tower to the very bottom.
Ah.
Yeah. So Gore actually kind of wanders out to it. He like puts his hand down around the stonework. He's feeling it out, and there's a little bit of weird, like magical hum there. And he goes, I believe this will take us directly to the top. Likely where we're meant to go.
All right.
Are you familiar with these type of spells?
How else do I make sure I'm first at the buffet? It's like there's a bounce to his step, though it's clear there's not quite the twinkle as there was before, because things are a little bit fucky at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, carry on. I will be the shield. Just walk right through.
Alright, let's go on through.
Yep.
Merc, son of a bitch.
Oh god. Look.
You enter in the center of this blue circle. God damn it! Why? Why does it keep doing that? Why are you doing this to me? I don't understand why.
I was sitting here
He's such a
chanting
glutton, he's
giant
eating the
gore.
magic.
What the fuck, roll 20? You're not doing this to anyone else. Why are you doing it to me?
I have no luck. I have no luck with Roll20. It does whatever it wills with me.
Okay, so here you are in a private study and library.
Shit, what are these books?
Most of these books they're not spell books, they're not grimoires. They are books of alchemy.
Oh.
From several famous alchemists. And the papers are also you can tell. Now, did you study alchemy at all when you were in school?
No, they were a sorcerer.
Okay.
I'd say...
So yeah, you probably wouldn't know a lot about alchemy, but you would recognize enough to recognize alchemical symbols.
Okay.
So this room is literally littered with alchemy notes.
I'd say Laika would the only amount of alchemy she knows is relating to what sort of reactions go boom.
Mm-hmm.
These are alchemy books from famous alchemists, actually.
And then there's
I recognize some of these, but what's this?
There's also a very large red gem, roughly the size of a peach, on this table right here.
Oh.
And when you look at it, it is not a ruby or a garnet or a carnelian. It is a gem unlike any produced by nature. It is huge. It is like perfect in its ridiculous symmetry. All of its facets the same size and shape. It makes this, just like it is an absolutely flawless gem. And as you look through it, it's almost as if there's like blood coursing through its facets, almost like it's filled with some sort of liquid or ether. It's this beautiful, impossible, unnatural red gem.
I'm not an alchemist at all, but it occurs to me as like, since we are dealing with alchemy, how famous are the stories of like the search for the Philosopher's Stone?
I'm going to let you do a double insight with +5, a +5 bonus given some of the people who've raised you.
Alrighty. Double insight.
+5.
+5.
Difficulty level 12. Well, you know a Philosopher's Stone when you see one.
Fuck.
Oh, that's...
And it's made out of people.
That's an actual Philosopher's Stone.
And it's made out of people.
I mean, to be clear, Alex, you have never seen a Philosopher's Stone, but you know of them. You know how to recognize them, what one would look like. That's a fucking Philosopher's Stone.
Do the rest of us, when he says the name, have the rest of us ever heard of it?
You have definitely heard of Philosopher's Stones. Laika, you have heard of Philosopher's Stones. Gore, I'm even going to say you've heard of them. Unfortunately, Cassidy, I think you're the odd one out because you're a peasant and not super magically inclined in life, but the rest of you have definitely heard of a Philosopher's Stone. And 14 is jumping up and down and saying, I am modulating my voice to be quiet because otherwise I would be shouting, that's the gem! That's the gem! That's the gem!
Quiet. Is it safe to touch?
Sorry, the headphones of the GM popped out. What did you say?
Is it safe to touch?
Is it safe to touch?
Yes! Grab it!
Like
I am modulating my voice to the quietest volume, but I am so excited.
Like there may be traps.
I'm not touching it because is like, if this was made from children, I don't think the stone has a right to exist.
Yeah.
Well,
the contract did say, like, we don't necessarily need to give the stone to Ozymandias. We just need to get it out of Franzigar's hands.
Ozymandias wants the stone.
Oh.
He needs it.
Alex. It is unfortunately already done. it is probably better if someone who knows what they're doing gets their hands on it and uses it not for what this
But-
wizard would do.
A lot of powerful magic does require some sort of death, and while this has been sourced very unethically, it is not necessarily a bad thing in of itself. I, for example, have grave dirt as part of my physiology.
Oh,
It is unfortunate, but I do
Life
not
and death
think-
are intertwined.
I do not think we should destroy it.
well, let's get out of here first.
We have been
Er-
hired for this job. And while it is awful how this was made, we do need to give it to Ozymandias.
This wizard has to die.
This wizard has to die.
Kill him! Break his neck!
But we need that. Oh my god, 14, calm down.
I want to see his eyes pop out!
I would like you to chill.
I am modulating my voice, but I am so excited.
Well-
Cassidy, Gore, please, weigh in on this.
Regardless, you must take the stone.
Yeah.
We can
But you-
decide its ultimate fate once the wizard is no longer in the picture.
Yeah.
Like a-
there's a door there, isn't there?
There's two, I think.
Leica takes it and just stows it.
Okay.
Cassidy?
Hmm?
What do you think of the stone?
I fucking hate it, but it's our job to get it, so unless we learn better.
Dun, dun, dun.
I think that most of us are in agreement then that we should not, at least immediately, destroy it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Would-
If things.
Is Leica visibly uncomfortable, Cave?
There is you can tell that there is a confliction of natures there right now. Like you have like a degree of caution is like, yes, we did this, but there's also a moral outrage. But there's also
Yeah.
a growing chaos gremlin
Oh no.
who's like,
Uh,
who wants to shatter it and leave.
hand rests on your shoulder.
Like,
I
I'm
see.
going to let you know this, because if you know what a philosopher's stone is,
Yeah,
you're gonna know it's by reputation.
It's not easy to destroy.
You're not just gonna be able to smash it.
Oh,
Uh,
but the
Destroy
urge
it.
is there.
Destroying it is gonna take a lot of power.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, like, where's the nearest volcano?
There's actually quite a few, not too far away. Thanks,
Alright.
thanks, Vulcan.
We have the stone.
Yeah.
Do we.
Let's
want to
get a
kill
move
him?
on before he notices us,
I
before
mean-
we notice him.
Or we could kill him.
Can
mean-
we? 14?
I think so. If we catch him by surprise, we can cut his filthy throat.
That's a good point.
Yeah, let's just get a move on.
Okay. So I will point this out right here. You technically have a way out. You can go to the basement, backtrack the way you came, go out the exit, and leave with the stone.
Yeah.
But Ranzagar will still be alive, and eventually find out that his stone was stolen, use magic to track who did it, probably figure out it was you, and then want revenge.
Yeah.
Or there's a door right here. There's a door right here. They probably lead to some rooms. And maybe
Right.
Yeah.
you could cut someone's filthy throat.
That's pretty-
Where's the magic pointing me to?
Whole room is filled with magic, but you do sense no, it's too potent to really sense one thing. I will, however, let you do.
Okay.
I can let you do just like insight, double insight, or insight willpower,
Can I
whichever
use my
anyone wants to
Chimera's
do.
ritual to find who is alive, who's living on this floor?
Yeah, I could say that. 20 MP, but yeah, there you go.
While you roll that, Alex will say is like, we do have a way out, and it's technically safer that way, but what's going to stop him from just doing this all over again?
My sword through his throat.
Yeah.
Hole looks down at the ground for a second.
I'll be honest, I do not relish the thought of combat with another wizard. But
Alright, what do I roll
also
for
do
rituals?
I also do not relish.
I'm pretty sure for Chimeras it's willpower plus willpower, but let me check. You have to keep the ritual page tabbed open. Chimeras, it's either might plus willpower or insight plus willpower. What's your preference?
If anyone wants to help me, it would be...
They cannot because they are not Chimeras.
Pooey.
I mean, Gore is.
Oh, then Gore could help you, yeah.
Yeah, he'll help roll.
Alright, so 10 from each of us then? Alright, let me find my rolls.
They're doing that. What are you doing, Alex?
Well, he's a little out of his depth, but he's sticking to the course because
Insight plus willpower, you said?
It says insight plus willpower or might plus willpower, whichever you prefer.
Do I get any bonuses for that?
Not unless you got a skill that says you have one.
Alright, and Gore?
Exactly 10.
So that's enough. It's not a super difficult ritual. Yeah, there's a fucker right over here.
Where? Oh, he's right there. Oh my god.
Yeah, it would make sense. He wants to keep it close.
Yeah.
Most of the notes seem scattered over here.
Is he like right by the door?
Not right by the door, but like this he's somewhere like in this direction.
Well,
like down this door is closer to him than the other door.
Before we confront him, there is this other door on the other end of the room, and I don't know too much about how evil wizards work, but did someone mention earlier that the whole tower may collapse without his magic?
Yes, the tower might collapse once he's dead.
So maybe we should
Alright.
explore our options first.
The only one living is on the floor is behind this door.
To bring up a counterpoint,
yeah, 14.
if we go exploring other rooms, there's a chance we may draw his ire, whereas if we know he's on this room, we are more likely to catch him by surprise. Catching him by surprise increases the chance of us surviving this encounter.
That's true.
Yes, and this is
All
already
right.
going to be dangerous enough, so surprise on our side will be important.
Maybe crack the door ever so slightly to get a look in.
You can, but should you?
So, okay, do we want to just rush in then?
Wizards work best with prep time. The more surprised they are, the least they're able to focus.
It depends on the wizard, to be fair. But this is an alchemist. He likely has his stuff prepared. Whether it's on his person is another story.
Okay, let's kick down the door.
Oh, all right.
You find Ranzigar the Rabid on an altar. He is dancing as like a desiccated corpse plays a fiddle. Or actually plays this piano over here. It's not alive, it's not even a homunculus, it's literally just a corpse that is currently being crudely puppeted by magic to move the bowstring of this fiddle while Ranzigar's just dancing. When you guys open the door and he sees all of you, he's like, stop the fiddle music, and the corpse explodes. And he looks at you all and is like, what the fuck are you doing in my tower? I'm Ranzigar the Rabbit! Roll initiative!
How do we do that?
So,
Oh my God.
initiative is a group check. You assign a leader, and they will roll the main check. Everyone else rolls to basically help boost their check up.
All right.
If your initiative is higher than your enemy's, then one of you goes first, and then the enemy, and then another one of you, and then back and forth until you run out of enemies and people.
Okay, how is initiative rolled? Like, what's that?
Should be on your character sheets.
It's under stats.
Under stats.
My initiative is 0.
So roll
Yeah.
it.
Most
I have
people's
initiative.
initiative.
Click the little D20. Click the little D20. You have no initiative bonus, but you still have an initiative.
Yeah,
You
but
roll
I
it.
don't have any bonuses, so. Someone
It'll
who
still
has
roll.
it. Oh yeah.
Here, I rolled initiative, and I have a 0 to it.
Success, by the way. So I said,
Sorry, what?
like I rolled a crit success.
Are we declaring Leica the leader?
Yeah,
Might as
Sure.
well.
might
Cool.
as well.
Also, honestly, all of you have rolled better initiative than this guy's initiative, so you all go first no matter what. So basically, the way this is going to go. Normally, combat in Fabula Ultima, like, winning the initiative roll-off just means that your side goes first, and it basically alternates one player, and then an enemy, and then one player, and then an enemy, back and forth until you run out of one side or the other. And then all the remainder on the other side go one after another until everyone's had a turn, and then we restart. In this case, there's 5 of you and 1 of him, so one of you will go, he will go, and then the rest of you will just pile onto him, and then the next turn will start. There is no set initiative order in the rules as written. You are allowed to take your turn whenever you feel like. Like you get 1 turn per round, and you can change the order of who goes when, whatever. We have found in the other campaign, just for convenience, that we take the initiative rolls as our rough turn order, but you do not have to stick with that. If you feel that, like, strategically, it makes more sense for Cassie to go first in round 2 than Leica, you can do that. You're allowed. That makes sense?
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
But Leica's going to rush forward and anyways.
And this is not
before we
D&D. Where you are in the combat does not really matter. It's Final Fantasy rules here. You don't have to worry about distance and all that. I'm just going to move you down here for the sake of visual convenience.
Before we begin this combat encounter and try to figure out this new system, I'm going to have to go get Lily.
Okay. Then we can pause.
Right at the boss.
Stop the music!
So, I'm Ranzigar the Rabbit. How are all of you?
Highly distressed and inclined to violence. Thank you.
That's fair. I'm going to tear your skin off.
You are. Listen. I've been to college. You are terrible at this.
Yeah, I'm not a very good wizard, but I am a very awful wizard.
That
is accurate, yes.
is
I'm willing to do a lot of really heinous shit, and that's allowed to give me to really just sort of steal power if you think about it.
Oh god, yeah, I'm getting the energy of, it's like, you are like by far the worst wizard I've ever heard of, but you've heard of me, haven't you?
That's an insult to Jack Sparrow, but kind of appropriate for Johnny Depp.
Oh,
This conversation's not canonical, obviously.
Yeah.
We're just fucking around until we can break.
Yeah. I have seen wizard circles. Your wizard circle is the worst, I think, I've seen ever.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, college kid, that I didn't go to your fancy school. I just learned things from books I stole out of libraries and by doing horrible things with small animals and children.
Did he literally just say, "Okay, Miss College Liberal with pronouns"?
Yes, essentially.
Oh God.
You fucking they them.
Oh god.
Let me guess, you have blue hair under that hat.
They don't actually.
Blue hair and pronouns. Children these days.
They
Yeah,
don't?
well, I mean, look at Cassidy. That's red hair and pronouns.
Oh my God. How old does he look?
Like he's old. Like he's got a long white beard.
Okay.
He's like just I used one of my generic NPCs for him because he's not an important character and I didn't deign to give him art. He is the boss that you kill in the tutorial session. And by
Mhm.
I'm putting boss in extreme air quotes here. But like just imagine a nasty ass old wizard and you've got the gist. You can fill in the blanks and make something fun for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Awful.
So even if he did realize we did leave him, he's probably so inept he's not going to be much of a threat.
Oh, he's horrible. Like he's not he's smart enough and skilled enough to be a problem.
Yeah, because he was like, he himself isn't great, but like he has shakier morals than we do and other wizards do. So
He is willing to go to depraved extremes and do awful, horrible things and take wretched, nasty shortcuts at the expense of mostly other people to get magic power to get what he wants. And killing people in revenge is just the kind of petty, low-stakes goal that he thrives with. He's not going to threaten the world, probably, unless like something goes really horribly wrong with someone else's magic shit. But he can definitely be a thorn in your side if you don't kill him now.
Mm-hmm.
And like, yeah, maybe eventually you'll get to the point where power-wise he doesn't pose a threat to you, but you got people you care about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've got, despite being two people, I've actually got one set of family that I care about.
Well,
the
and
other-
like, right now, you guys have this cute little robot bird.
That he's
It's
killed
not-
13 of.
Extremely bloodthirsty.
That's not super durable.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
God. He's
God.
not going to be in combat initiative, is he?
No, he's not.
You know what I just realized, Nora?
Huh?
Your character, about your character.
What?
Our pronouns are they, them. Not because we're non-binary, because we are literally two people.
Yes.
Sorry, I live for that Venom video.
That is extremely accurate.
14 is a good scout and spy, but it is not a combatant. I mean, I guess you could throw it at somebody real hard and do some damage, but like, its little tiny like hook hands are designed to hold things delicately without breaking them, and are not good weapons. Its legs are built to carry the weight of its body, but are not really structured to deliver powerful kicks or anything. Its wedge-shaped head is not super sharp. It's kind of dull. It's mainly just to allow it to like pry things apart and be used as like a rough like wedge. Its kite wings are made out of a pretty strong material, but like if you wanted to, you could just grab those and twist and break them.
Mm-hmm.
And its furnace has an exposed vent, which someone could just dump water in and may wreak some major havoc on its internal processes.
Aw.
Yeah, not a combatant until we upgrade him, that is.
It is a spy and a scout, and it is designed to be easily destroyed by anything trying to catch it, so that way it is more likely that if it does get caught, they are not going to be able to find out its secrets.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, because, 13 of them have already tried. For all intents and purposes, disposable.
Given how inept this wizard is, I'm surprised it took 13 parties of us.
Yeah. I feel like we're the first party they got that were actually like magically oriented.
Folly has tried lots of different people, but he had a real good feeling about you guys.
Yeah, I imagine it's like, well, just ask the first Mojo. Just like, hey, you want to sneak into a wizard's tower? I mean, he sucks shit. How bad can it be?
He went out of his way to find people like you. And maybe he didn't do that for the last few times. Maybe after 13, he was like, okay, I might have to step up my game for this one. This Ranzigar is proving slightly more competent than I had hoped.
No, you're just throwing a lot of incompetence at him.
Yeah.
What is that thing in The Witcher? It's like, everyone thinks they can do the job themselves, and then they get themselves killed, and a lot of other people killed before they call in the professionals. I mean, look what we have in our court, a goblin who just gets big sometimes.
A tiefling with parent issues, aka the staple of every major adventuring group.
I'm the big gobble that makes all the dog rules.
That's not even canon.
Well, it's
Oh,
gonna be. It's out of your hands.
No,
It was magic fucking stuff, TT said.
no.
The one in the basement was. I'm not going to say you could just do that anytime. I'm going to say that was
No.
purely a result. So, you guys ever capture some children in a cage and then let them slowly starve to death so that as they're on the point of finally expiring from starvation, you can carve their hearts out and get the ultimate look of betrayal on their face while you do it?
Can't say that I have.
The first few times it feels like a chore, but after 5 or so, man, it brings a smile to one's face.
Yeah,
I think
like
so.
what's the conversion ratio for child to rock?
Oh, it was so many. I took so many to temper that stone. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Do you have my stone? Damn it, you're lucky this is not canon. If I knew that going into the fight, I would go so much harder on you.
Hey, I didn't say I had it. I was just,
Oh, you're looking for it. Yeah, that's better.
yeah.
Luckily, I hid it in a very safe place. That
Yeah.
room you just came out of.
Wait.
Yeah, I mean,
Looks through the door and sees it
What?
on the table.
See, I just walked in because I thought the place looked cool and I wanted to scope it out because, Evil Wizard Tower's at a premium. You're the one who just admitted that there's a stone that's worth something.
I feel ashamed, I left all those notes on the floor. I didn't know I was expecting company who I was then going to flay alive and allow to writhe on the floor for a bit before I just throw them in the spare room.
Yeah, we noticed that. You seem to have a lot of yes, that might bring down the resale value.
I mean, you can clean up papers. It's fine.
Oh, I meant the corpses.
Oh. No, everyone likes having a corpse room or two.
It's kind of hard to put on the website.
Did you see the charnel house?
Yeah, real briefly.
You should have got in there. It'd be fun.
Yeah, anything
It's a fun
valuable in
time.
there?
Yeah, lots of valuable things. You should go in there and just root around the skeletons for a bit. Have a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd even give you an extra hour in the skeleton pit.
Just like the ball pit.
While we
Children
wait
love
for-
ball pits.
Yeah, it's like a bite pit. While we wait for Lydia, I'm going to show you the room that you all got to skip, or the floor of it you all got to skip. It's just filled with puzzles, or rather, it's got like a few puzzles in it. Got to give orbs to specific statues to open one door, and another you have to not step on these dark gray stones, but purposely step on the light gray stones. It's all a pain in the ass. Really the most boring floor, so I'm glad we got to skip it. The basement
come
is a
to-
much more fun way to go about things.
Well, come to think of it, if he really isn't book educated like a lot of wizards, of course he like does the most basic shit because that's what he can think of.
Yeah, he's
Also-
thinking of like
Also,
shit.
only 3 stories in a basement? Come on, wizard.
There's a lot of fake floors.
Ranzigar the rabbit, you're a real piece of shit.
Just a lot of. It's like
for a
the
wizard
tower
who,
looks big and impressive on
concocted
the
a
outside.
Philosopher's Stone, you would think he would have like a Mount Doom or a Barad-dûr.
Yeah, no, I was sort of hacking my way to things. The thing I found really works is you got to make sure that the kids you're starving are siblings.
Oh
Or
god.
what?
Or have parents, or both. Just make sure they got a family. Orphans alone won't cut it. There's got to be some real love there, so that way the desperation has that extra twinge. That really tempers the stone real nice.
Yeah, all I can imagine now there's a whole bunch of like fake floors to make the tower seem more impressive. That's why he uses teleportation pads. It's like, well, you see, I wanted the prestige of having a big, tall wizard tower, but
Either
do you
that
realize
or-
how many rooms you would have to clean?
Either that or, like, the tower is, like, 4 floors and then, like, 90% spiraling staircases between those floors.
Or just like entire rooms that's just like literally backstage rafters. Like it's not even just floors; it's just one long staircase and just like nothing in it. Like, oh, you're not. This is the backstage area. You're not supposed to see it. That's all just like stage, like wooden rafters and planks, and just.
You have to have his secret vision to find the extra smut rooms hidden between each of the main floors.
Oh god, yeah, that's most of the tower, isn't it? Just
Oh God.
a smut library.
Tower of smut.
I didn't get to say at the time.
Ramsey Tower of Smut!
I didn't say at the time, but I was going to have a bit where Gore says, the Gaulish word for someone like this is incel.
Oh, you should have.
I didn't get the chance. We were already out of the room. And, yeah.
It's like, well, you see, I would have been known as Ranzagar the Ravishing, but
Women
you know,
won't
the
talk to
rabbit
me.
thing just kind of stuck.
I would have went with Ravagar the Rancid.
People have called me that. They end up without eyes.
Women wouldn't talk to me. Men run from me. Just me and old Righty now.
Oh, and all the skeletons that can't consent.
Jesus. It's like,
Listen,
yeah, grinding
don't-
the bones down for powder.
I've long since accepted that 2D girls are better than 3D girls. Thank you very much.
TT got me there in the blast radius.
You see, it's not a matter that I can't get girls. I just think they're gross. With their like expectations and feelings.
They won't allow me to modify their bodies so they look according to my desires. So what's the point?
Jesus Christ.
I'm Ranzagar the Rabbit. I'm an unrepentant asshole, so you feel no guilt whatsoever about murdering me and stealing my stuff. That's my sole role in the narrative. Please
Well-
do not allow me to extend beyond this session.
More complicated villains will appear down the road, rest
Much
assured.
better villains will appear down the road. Please end me. Narratively speaking, I am a dead end. I am a stepping stone on a much more interesting journey, and we really want to get done with me as soon as possible.
Yeah, you know, my mother's first thing was to pick up all the vampire, and somehow you're even worse than that. I mean, you have a cooler name, but that's all you have.
I'm sorry I'm not a sexy vampire for you.
No, he was an incel. Wasn't even sexy, he was an incel.
All the teenage girls I talk to say that to me.
God Lord, I'm literally 2 people, and I find you abhorrent from both angles.
Wait, you're 2 people?
Oh, good thing this is not canon. That was a huge reveal.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, neither of us can agree on most things, but we both agree you suck.
We're different as can be.
Oh, thanks. They can call this a non-canon. Else the reveal that I'm actually the daughter of two characters as my players played before is actually pretty significant.
In a completely different continuity.
Yes,
This
in a completely different continuity. Looks to the DM.
It's true. It's a completely different continuity. Conquered Worm is not compatible with Midgehheim for a variety of reasons. But I digress. It doesn't mean that there aren't things from Conquered Worm and Midgehheim, because a good number of Wizard School Mystery characters are Conquered Worm characters being modified. Umlaut, Richard Rainsford.
The
I can't wait to get to Dracula or
Mayshade.
I can't wait to get to knock off Dracula and his palace of puzzles. Oh god, that'd be like a good parody of J.K. Rowling trying with Ferment, where but instead it's Dracula like a vampire traveling puzzle palace.
Like Conquered Worm's Dracula and his Palace of Child Puzzles is like the opposite of Ranzigar the Rabbit's Tower, in that they were both basic bitch puzzle towers, but in Dracula's it was heartwarming, and in Ranzigar's it's just nasty. Dracula's was near the end of that campaign. Ranzigar's at the very start. They're yin and yang.
Wait, who pings me? Oh, Poglemon.
I sure hope that Ozymandias doesn't look at this Philosopher's Stone and is like, perfect, I'll turn it into a pair of shoes.
God.
That would be funny. I'm not going to go that explicit.
But you will.
You guys did guess one of the themes, one of the little motifs in this, which is an extended, not homage,
parody.
No, allusion, an extended allusion to the Wizard of Oz. Not the first story to do such, not to be the last. It is an iconic work of fantasy fiction for a reason.
Speaking of which, you know how in Narnia Off the Rails I did Dark Souls children's story?
Yeah.
Well, Lies of P did that for Tokyo, and the sequel at the very end, they're doing basically Dark Souls Wizards of Oz.
Nice.
So it's basically so it's now a genre that's Dark Soulsified children's media. So I did it first.
It definitely is.
So I did it first. So with Narnia Rails, I started the trend. Yay!
Yeah, some dude on the Lives of P team is like, this is some good shit.
Also, the DLC is probably gonna be Peter Pan, so. As soon as we schedule, I need to get back to Narnia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking schedules!
Isn't that just the way?
It's like, yeah, you want to go? It's like, oh, there's already 3 other games going. It's like, fuck.
We'll get there in time. Are we having fun with the system so far?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like it.
Taking some deprogramming on my part, but
yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah, it's a very loosey-goosey system. If you start thinking a little closer to Monsters of the Week and less a more standard crunchy tabletop, you'll get closer to about how it runs.
It's a little loosey-goosey, but there are more rules we haven't delved into. There are more mechanics.
I haven't even gotten combat yet.
Yeah, we've got combat coming up, where we've got equipment gathering. and all that. And we'll have situations that are more complex than Ranzagar's Wizard Tower to give you some more interesting checks to do, and more interesting ways to go about problem solving. We're dipping our toes in, but I think we're getting a feel for it, so that's good.
Yep. Toes, water, you know how it goes.
Also, thank you guys for doing a bunch of great role playing in this session. Because it allowed me to cut the filler sections that I didn't want to do, but had just in case we needed something to give time. I mean, granted, I call them filler. They would have introduced you to combat and some other things a little early. But I think narratively, it's more satisfying to just be able to skip them and get straight to kicking this guy's ass.
Yeah. I will be right back.
Yeah, I'm happy you guys are enjoying the gore. He is a bit of a drug to play.
Oh, I bet.
He's delightful.
So yeah, I based his voice off Dreadwing from Dragonflies, because that man doesn't eat scenery, he devours it.
He savors it.
Yeah, no, I specifically built his speech patterns similar to that. Elongate words in odd places. No sentence will ever last the amount of time you believe it will. It's either quicker or longer, and then chew on every R you can manage. And it's been very hard to actually keep that going.
But that's been wonderful.
Yeah, you're doing a good job.
Thank you. The borderline shout all the time.
Are we enjoying our NPCs?
Yes.
Yeah, all three.
Very
of them.
much.
Well, 4.
4, yeah, the bartender. Keep forgetting he's a thing.
It's a minor character. You don't have to worry about him too much. Good. Good. Yeah. It's fun from a managing the setting standpoint of having something set so far after the stories I have planned.
Yeah.
Because I get to fuck around with things in a very different way than I do with No Small Feat. And it makes all the winks and the nods I have to things happening in my canon. It lets me have a little different flavor of it while still being able to do it and have a little fun of it and be a little cheeky.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like Gretchen.
Mm-hmm. Like a small, but obvious in hindsight, legacy of Gretchen that she probably did author or revise a lot of grimoires. That's one of her passions. And it's not like a big, huge thing, and for a person who hasn't read Wizard School Mysteries, you can take that bit of factoid and let it flow out of your head just as easily, but for a person who has, can go, hey, there's our girl. If any Wizard School Mysteries readers listen to this session, I should note, if you're wondering, are we going to see where Polybius lives? The answer is no, because we're in northern Mediterra and he lives in the south. the more Greek area.
Also, it'd be 1,000 years after he lived, so...
True, but, he probably has descendants.
A legacy of some kind.
Although I imagine Anthony is a popular last name.
Might be. Yeah. And one of the hints that this is Northern Mediterranean, not Southern, is that if you look at all the named cities, they are named specifically after the Roman versions of the Olympians. We're in Mercurio rather than Hermesia.
Took a little bit to I guess I still am trying to find Alex's voice because I just didn't really have a firm idea for age going in.
I do like that he has a soft innocence to him.
I'm glad that comes across.
I think he's gonna be like one of those Michael Sarahs where he just always feels a little young.
Yeah. Because personally speaking, I sort of come across as that sometimes IRL. It's like I look at the mirror, it's like, how the hell am like? Maybe partially reason why I don't shave as often, because when I do, it's like, oh god, I look 16.
I also have a bit of baby face without face fuzz.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so weird. Like, you got some people who barely age as they get older.
Mm-hmm.
My father's one of those people because you look at a picture of him when he first joined the military, age 18 or whatever. Then you look at him now, and more or less he looks exactly the same. It's just like he's higher fidelity now.
It's one of my favorite jokes in Jenny Nicholson's Dear Evan Hansen video when she talks about listen, some people they look like a teenager well into their 20s, and others don't. And it's one of my favorite subtle jokes because while she's talking about an actor who very much is in the don't column, Jenny Nicholson herself is very much in the yes column. Person who looks like a teenager well into their 20s, to their chagrin.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good thing I don't really have a taste for alcohol at all, because I'm sure I'd be flagged all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about it, DZ. I got carded in Walmart for trying to buy sparkling fruit juice once because it can ferment on the shelves, and I look like a horrible, wretched little teenager that would wait for that to happen, I guess. So,
yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, having met you in person, I could see why people would make that assumption.
That I'm a horrible, wretched little shit that would wait for that to ferment on the shelves, or otherwise?
However you choose to interpret it in the funniest way possible.
Okay, I will choose to interpret it that way.
I mean, I'd be flattered if people took you to be 23 years younger.
No. No. Absolutely not. I'm not. I earned all
Not
these
going through that
years.
again. I'm not doing that shit again.
I didn't live through and cause so many
Atrocities.
atrocities to be considered a teenager. No. I'm a horrible adult who has put many in the hospital, and you will treat me as such.
God, I'm remembering a fucking stupid ass joke from my teen years. I had heard it's like I once slapped somebody so hard I knocked them into puberty. They were 35 years old. So it's now they have to go through it again.
That's cruel and unusual punishment.
Oh, instead of Aku sending Jack into the future, what Aku should have done was send Jack back to middle school.
He has to go through the training again.
Wouldn't that just make him more badass, though?
Yeah.
Twice as much.
We didn't say Aku was smart.
No, that's fair.
But I mean, like, sending someone like, I send you back to the path to your middle school. If I didn't have to just, like, wake up one day and you're, like, 12 again.
All right, this is a significantly more complicated spell and harder to think on the fly. I am going to send you to the 90s in a teenage body with a family, and you're going to have to go through middle school. Fuck you. They will not listen to you. You will have to go through all of it, and it will suck hard. By the end of it, maybe you'll just let me have this.
No, I'd try to kill him harder.
Well,
And
I mean,
then
yeah,
after middle school, you'll have to go through high school again, and then...
I'm
Kill
just
him
gonna,
so
you know what, I'm
hard
gonna
that he
time
would
loop
die
it.
4 times.
I'm just gonna time loop it. We'll just call that safe. Whew. Thank God I had the time to think of doing all that. If he had just been like leaping at me with a sword, I probably would have just sent him into the future or something.
Are you being Aku or Ranzagar?
Ranzagar, because I don't want to Haku's voice. I mean, I do, but I always worry that it's going to come off a little racist.
A foolish samurai wielding a foolish
samurai! I am sending you to middle school in a wicked time loop that I did not steal from Groundhog's Day. And you will stay in the middle school forever, and never undo the evil that is Aku.
For some reason, my brain was foolish post-twink death warrior.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know why.
What?
I don't know why.
Oh god. Yeah, if testicular torsion is a wizard spell, fucking twink death is too.
It's the 9th level.
No, Twink Death is what happened to Gurndorf.
Stole his joy and just became shitty.
Well, that's a sentence you can put right back in your face, Kay.
That's a sentence that could go right into Wizard School Mysteries.
No.
It's true, James Chaucer. I was living a perfectly happy life, and then Twink Death got its grip a hold of me. Then I was nothing but miserable, Chaucer. That's why I founded a school.
Oh god, just
So I can watch other twigs die.
Yes, watch the icy grip of time have its terrible
One day.
talons sink into your flesh and slowly draw the vitality in you from all of you.
one
In
day
time,
it'll
you'll
happen to
be
you.
old, and I'll be laughing. Ha ha, James Chaucer. Ha ha!
Foolish. Oh god, wait, James Chaucer is the fool.
Foolish James Chaucer. I'm making you go to middle school, bitch.
The only joy in post-twink death life is causing it in others.
I'm kidding. I love you, you little shit. Quit solving mysteries, though. It's annoying.
It's cutting into my budget.
The wizard known as Twink Death only goes around zapping people. So they're no
Oh.
longer twinks.
Twink Death the Wizard. How I hate him. If it weren't for Lord Denriger, I'd go out and kill his ass. Alas, we all have our parts to play, but perhaps someday one of you kind souls will kill Twink Death for me. Then at last I'll know vengeance.
We need to be more careful about speaking these things into existence because
No, you don't.
You knock on the enough doors asking for the devil. Eventually, he's going to answer.
There are already things from some of our games in an actual book, so we know that Will take things and just go.
Ain't I a stinker?
You are.
What was that one orc story you shared, Raven, about what's it? Those orcs that name themselves after the mightiest thing they can destroy. And it's like, I want to name myself Depression, and then there's one named Twink Death.
Kate posted that most recently. That story circles around both the tumbles and communities pretty frequently.
It's like, I am the orc known as Twink Death. It's like, oh god, you're gonna kill our twinks? No. You will have no more twinks. Not in a violent way.
Just imagine a wizard saying no more twinks like Scarlet Witch in that one shitty event comic.
Just cast a magic giant spell.
No twinks.
You took everything from me. I don't even know who you are.
You've heard of the heat death of the universe. Now get ready for the twink death of the universe.
Yeah.
I will be the only Bishonen.
Bishonen bitch boy around here.
Yep, I'm just looking forward to when Ozymandias inevitably goes off the deep end. It's like, look upon my works, ye mighty and despair.
I mean, Percy Shelley is definitely, we use the name Ozymandias, you gotta reference him. I might have also been just going for a Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, it works, it works.
Yeah, we don't know yet if he's going to, go off the deep end.
Oh, God. Yeah, I should probably be more worried about flying monkeys.
Huh.
If anything, given the era, he might be a Da Vinci. Someone who thinks... Who says he's a wizard, but he's actually just a really good inventor.
It's like, yeah, they call it magic. I call it civic planning. It's like, oh, no one gets sick in your city. How is that? Well, you see, I stopped using lead in my pipes.
Feel free to speculate. If you look at the map,
yeah, I think I can see it.
You can probably guess which unlabeled city is the one with the Emerald Towers, and then see what all lies between you and Mercurio and it.
Let's find out. Ah, yeah, literally the other side of the map. That makes sense.
How are you saying the map?
Check the location archive.
Ah.
See, I see the Barren Sands, and I get flashbacks to God of War 1.
Mm-hmm.
Trauma. I am terribly curious about the unlabeled fortress and what appears to be a ravine near Plutone. And that other
fortress?
Tower. Down the ways.
That's strange. Who knows?
I'm back.
Hello!
Right. Ranzigar puts down his newspaper. Is like, okay, let's get into it. We got half an hour. Let's get him dead. All right. So who's going first?
Laika.
We did choose Laika to be the leader of the initiative.
Makes enough sense to me.
Yep.
Laika, go into your stats section, and that's where your attacks should be. You can also use magic if you have some.
That would be a 12 to hit plus. Lydia?
I am checking my character sheet. It occurs to me I have Entropist spells, but I didn't actually take any Entropist spells, so I am declaring them right now. Acceleration and Drain Vigor.
Awesome. Okay, so 12 definitely hits. 6 plus 10 physical damage. Nice.
Very nice.
Okay. Alright. It's Ranzikar's turn, and you just hit him with a fucking curved sword. He's like, ow! Fuck! Pain! I forgot what that felt like when other people do it. Fuck you! And he's gonna fucking fireball you.
Ooh.
If it'll roll for me. Roll for me, you motherfucker. Do I have to roll it here? Why are you not working for me, spells? Oh, do I have to put... Well, no, I did put him out in here, so that doesn't make any sense. Unless... Is that not really Ranzigar? Okay, give me a second. Chrono Trigger music, I feel like you're mocking me. Okay.
The boss battle was the tech support was roll 20 all along.
Alright, well, I don't know why that's not working for me, but that's fine. I can just do it myself. He's gonna try and fireball you with a flare spell. So it's D8 plus D10. Does 7 hit your magic?
Nope. My match defense is a 9.
Shit, so he summons a great big fireball and throws it at you and fucking whiffs. Like you just...
Can I do something cool?
No, it's not your turn.
No, I just want to like flavor it.
Flavor.
Oh yeah, you can flavor it, yeah.
Leica parries it with a sword.
Nice. Badass. Also annoying, how does that work?
I'm a cambion, you adult.
And now's the time when the rest of you just get to pile on his ass.
Maybe if you went to school, you'd understand.
Leica's cambion, so she probably has innate fire resistance anyways.
What are you doing, dumbass?
What was that, Kay?
I said Leica's a cambion, so she probably has innate fire resistance.
Maybe if you went to school, you know how fucking fireballs work.
Very, very possible.
Okay.
Alright, now you guys can just pile on his ass. Everyone who hasn't gone gets to just whip him.
I'm trying to understand how a thing do. Someone else go.
I would like to slap... Oh, never mind.
Wait. Let me check his defense. That hits.
Bonk.
Alright, so you did 12 damage. He is in crisis. That means he is... That means he is at half health or less.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
That's you.
Who would else like to kick his ass?
I would like to bonk. Yes. Alright, don't need to move my doodad. 13.
That hits. You are all you're just beating the shit out of him.
I would note, Gore pulls like a large flail from his pack and he swings it. When it cracks into him, he makes a deep inhale and you just notice magic leeching off the wizard and flowing into his mouth.
Wonderful.
So it's not spell, it's just something that happens if he hits you.
Excellent.
Alright. Lydia, do you want to go first or me?
No, you.
Okay, I need to ask questions, TT.
Yeah?
What does SL mean?
That's the level of the skill in question that you are using.
Okay, so if this is a level 1 skill, it'd just be a 1 times the other thing.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, what's HR mean?
The high roll, so like you roll 2 dice for every check, so when you roll to attack, you're rolling 2 dice. The high roll is the higher of the 2 dice that you rolled, whichever
Okay.
result was higher. So, like, for example, Alex's attack, he rolled a 6 on a d10 and a 3 on a d10, so the 6 is the high roll. If if the 6 was on a d8, they would still be the high roll, because even though the dice is smaller, it was the higher roll of the 2.
Okay. Then I would like to cast a spell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cast And I need to see how that ability works. Oh god. Okay. You cast I do have that equipped. Little MP cost by that. You do so, and the spell's damage. So 1 or more creatures. 5 for every 10 mind points. Okay. Let's see if I'm going to use a water whip combined with cataclysm.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I hit. Magic. Hiya!
That hits.
Okay.
Damn. Okay. Do you want to keep flavoring it, or do you just want to get to the result?
With Cataclysm, I can pump more mana in it to do more damage.
Yeah, do it.
Okay. Cost is 10 times target, so that's 10 mana.
Mm-hmm.
And if I use Cataclysm, it's 10 per each. Okay, so it's add a 5 onto that.
Okay. Awesome. Your water whip
Well,
smacks him repeatedly.
math.
Oh, I kind of figured out how this works, and also he had 4 HP left, just so you know.
Well, I want to flavor is that they raise their their plague doctor staff, and
Mhm.
they go to they point at him expecting something to happen, but instead of the fire they were expecting, the water shoots out as a spike.
Nice. Cool. And then it rips this man to shreds by lashing him to pieces. You, by the end of it, he's a splatter on his own little altar, but he is dead. In a gruesome manner that is fitting. And you know what that means? Wait, this is not the right thing. Give me a second. You know what that means, guys? You want to come? Yeah! Ransigar the rabbit is dead, and his tower is beginning to shake.
We should probably go.
Wait, I was right?
You were right.
So-
What?
Maybe,
Right about what?
if possible, let's go back the way we came.
Yep, you guys
it
escaped the
was
way
going
you
to-
came. Oh, sorry.
That it was going to crumble the moment he died.
I mean, it's
Oh,
not going to
yeah,
crumble
you were right.
immediately, but it's starting to crumble. Let's get the fuck out.
Uh,
I'm gonna grab some of
looks
those books on the way out.
this looks like, so would you all like to head back to the bar?
I guess. As we're running.
Let me actually see if I have enough magic to do this.
Before, does he have any loot on him?
He has a lot of wizard smut and the filthiest panties you've ever seen on a man.
Oh god. I'd also give him.
So
Yeah.
no spell book or anything.
You got the loot in this starter dungeon. You're fine.
So, okay, yeah, I have the magic points. Gore essentially just waves a hand, and a big ass portal opens up to the bar that they visited, and he just all right, everyone out to the
Okay.
pool, and jumps in.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Cassidy will
Essentially-
follow.
Like he
Essentially,
did a dodge roll through.
Oh fuck! All
I
right.
activated my Arcanum and then closed it, which allows me to warp to any place I've been previously.
Well, all
Okay,
right. You
okay.
guys return right in the bar. In fact, right in the private room where currently Folly the Fence is trimming his fingernails. He looks up and says, "What? Wait, What?
We killed him.
And 14's like, they got it, they got it, they got it, they got it! And that's where we're going to end the session.
Oh, oh no.
Because it's 11:41 and I have work tomorrow.
That's fair.
Normally I would like
Oh.
to end 41 minutes before this, but it's the first session and I was very excited to get this story beat done. So congratulations, guys. You got through the tutorial. Next time we're going to get into the shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.